I'm Sarah Gordon, Chief Executive of the UK's Impact Investing Institute. Thank you all very much indeed for joining us today to mark the first year of the Institute and to look to the future of impact investment. This year has been a pretty awful one for everyone, and for some people it's been a tragic one. The pandemic has had a horrendous effect on individuals, communities and economies across the globe. But this year has also brought some good things, positive developments that we can build on, and which show us how important it is to continue working towards our goal of mobilising private sector capital at scale for public good. For a start, virtual working has had its upside. When we launched the Institute in Sheffield last November, we committed to being relevant for the whole of the UK and the investment community internationally, not just London, where we were based. Little did we know that a year later we would be reaching so many people through webinars, Zoom calls, and the panoply of tools which we now use to communicate across the world. There are other positive things that have happened this year. More money has flowed into its sustainable investment funds than ever before, showing that people want their money to deliver benefits for people and the planet, as well as a financial return. 5 influential organisations have said they intend to work towards one set of global sustainability standards, meaning it will be easier to report, compare and manage impact. Across the pond, there's the imminent prospect of the US re-engaging with the international community to address the climate emergency. And it's also a year when social justice and racial equity has become a boardroom discussion, when many senior business people thought constructively about their social responsibilities and their impact. And it's also been a year which has given us a renewed sense of the power of community action, of our human connections, and what collaboration can achieve. Our partnership with other organisations and within the Institute, where volunteers work with paid staff, has delivered concrete results over the last 12 months. Early in November, the UK government committed to issuing the first in a series of green gilts that will direct private capital and government spending towards a net zero carbon future, creating green jobs across the country. In collaboration with others, we provided input to this decision, showing that there was market appetite for sovereign bonds that combine environmental with social impact. This work was one example of the Impact Investing Institute delivering on what we set out to do, connecting investors and government better with impact investment, lowering the hurdles that stop impact investment from happening. This year, the pandemic, like crises before it, has spurred innovation in finance. Financing vehicles which will promote a fair economic recovery have been launched by private and public sector investors, working together to make their capital more effective. I'm thinking of the Resilience and Recovery Loan Fund run by Social Investment Business, which has channeled emergency government money to social investors and enterprises. Of the MacArthur and the Ford Foundations, which issued social bonds in the corporate bond market for the first time, raising billions of dollars for emergency grants to struggling communities and charities. Of Mobilist, a new programme from FCDO, which is about to launch a competitive request for proposals from fund managers to deliver new financing for the Sustainable Development Goals. Of the new Social Impact Investment Trust from Big Society Capital and Schroders. Of Blue Orchard Finance's COVID-19 Fund, Barclays Impact Agora, and the Home Real Estate Investment Trust, which addresses homelessness. Innovation like this, investment which addresses inequality, addresses the climate emergency, delivers positive impact alongside a financial return, will make us stronger, delivering more resilient communities, societies, and economies. The pandemic has shown us that crises can hit the whole world almost without warning. It's been a year when we felt our vulnerability as communities, as countries, and as a planet. It's been a tough year, but one that has spurred us to action and that has given added momentum to our work. And we're very grateful for the support that that work receives from a large number of individuals and organisations, from the UK government, the City of London Corporation, and our 10 founding supporters. And we're very pleased that so many of you have joined us today so that we can talk to you about the work. We also hope to hear from you. Each of our sessions will have time for Q&A, and we encourage you to post your questions in the Q&A feature. The event's being recorded and you'll be able to find recordings of each session on our website. And that's also the place to go to find out more about our work. It's where you can find our new Learning Hub, an open source learning platform for impact investing, as well as more information about our Green Plus sovereign bond proposal, our 4 good governance principles for pensions, and our vision for impact reporting. Next year is likely to be as busy as the last one. There is a real opportunity with COP26, the UN's climate change conference, and the UK's leadership of the G7 next year, for the country to showcase its credentials in sustainable finance. COP26 is much on the mind of our first speaker today, one of several great speakers we're lucky enough to have this morning, who are driving this agenda forward, transforming thinking about how finance can support a green and just recovery. Mark Carney, the former governor of the Bank of England, now advises the UK government on green finance as it prepares for COP26. He's also the UN Special Envoy for Climate Action and Finance. We're very pleased to have him as our first speaker today. Thank you for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the event, and I now hand over to Mark.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and thank you for organizing this great event. It's an honor for me to have a moment to say a few words. And I also want to thank you and Elizabeth for your visionary and very effective leadership of the Impact Investing Institute. Critical momentum that you've established at a critical time. And I think, as you've just said, that really one of the only bright lights in 2020 has been what has developed on the impact investing side, what the momentum we now have with addressing climate change and the imperative we have to move that forward over the course of the next year through to COP to really capitalize on it. And a bit of that, last week I had the opportunity to record the Wreath Lecture, so small plug for that here. And the title of the talks, there were 4 talks, was How We Get What We Value. And what I was trying to do was to focus on the relationship between financial value and society's values, how the two can come into conflict and have been in conflict in recent years and decades, but also how we can make them mutually reinforcing. And of course, making them mutually reinforcing touches on the promise of impact investing. Really, impact investing is at its most powerful when it unleashes the power of the market in the service of society's goals. And over the course of this year, we have been reminded of what we value: sustainability, solidarity, fairness, and resilience. Now, when we know what we value, we can pursue addressing climate change, pursue achieving net zero rather than balancing planet and profit, or we can pursue the imperative of health outcomes and then try to do that in the most effective fashion. Impact investing can turn what can appear at first to be insurmountable problems into tremendous commercial opportunities. And that's what is happening at the moment with climate change, finally. As this audience knows, investors and creditors are increasingly considering ESG factors along traditional financial ones when they're allocating capital. And ESG investing itself is moving well beyond negative screening. So screening out of companies with poor standards towards finding companies that are truly creating value. The majority of ESG strategies or increasing majority of ESG strategies are focusing on a form of divine coincidence. In other words, doing well by doing good, by seeking to identify common factors that support either risk management and value creation in order to enhance longer-term risk-adjusted returns. These approaches encompass both responsible investing, which largely uses ESG for risk mitigation, and sustainable investing, which adopts progressive ESG practices that are expected to enhance longer-term economic value. Now, Impact investing, as this group knows, supports positive social and environmental benefits alongside financial returns. And impact investing strategies, different impact investing strategies strike this balance along a spectrum. Finance first strategies, and I'm using the taxonomy of the Institute, finance first strategies seek to generate competitive financial returns alongside achieving those environmental and social values. Impact first strategies accept below market returns, and value-based investing aligns portfolios with moral values, accepting that in some cases, and in fact expecting in some cases, that there will be a partial, if not complete, loss of capital in a philanthropic effort to achieve broader social goals. Now, what I want to do with the balance of my remarks is to focus on finance first impact strategies, and specifically how an impact-driven investing approach can help solve the climate crisis and generate competitive returns as we transition to net zero. In my view, these strategies have the prospect of becoming mainstream because of the greater weight that society is now placing on addressing climate change. And as I said at the outset, this combination of what society values is creating the greater, if not the greatest, commercial opportunity of our age. Certainly, the performance of broader ESG strategies is encouraging. Meta-analysis of over 2,000 studies confirms that the economic case for ESG investment is tangible. 90% of those studies find that there is no penalty on return on ESG investments. So it's a question of why not as opposed to why. And the majority suggest that focusing on ESG criteria generates alpha, positive returns. There's substantial evidence that this outperformance continued during the intense period of market volatility, both up and down, experienced over the course of 2020 because of the COVID crisis. Now, the question is, why is there that superior performance? And there's several possible reasons, alone or in combination. The first is that companies that score high on ESG may be better able to manage episodic downside risk. That makes them more strategically resilient, and we've seen examples during this crisis, and it makes them better able to adapt to future risks and opportunities. This translates across all the ESG strategies to substantial evidence of greater longevity of ESG funds. On average, 3/4 of sustainable funds available to investors a decade ago are still in operation, whereas for more traditional funds, the proportion is less than half. Secondly, ESG funds and ESG factors may provide new information about company performance and superior management. Strong ESG scores could signal that a firm is well run and more naturally disposed to longer term strategic thinking and planning. Research finds that when companies increasingly focus on sustainability, they significantly outperform the market, generating alpha of more than 3 percentage points annually. Thirdly, there is evidence that financial valuations of strong ESG performers increase as the values of societies move in their directions. And I think that's part of what is going on today. For example, the more that society values the transition to net zero, the more valuable companies that are part of the solution will be because of the greater demand for their products, as well as developments in regulation and carbon pricing that support society's objectives. And I think one of the dynamics is that COVID has created a demand for a strategic reset for business for a variety of reasons. It's going to be relatively unusual that a company's strategy going into this crisis, this unforeseen crisis, was perfectly aligned with the social, technological, and environmental factors that are driving value coming out of it. There will be high expectations for company strategies as they come out of this crisis to consider the most pressing issues for people and planet. In particular, given that net zero is both an imperative of climate physics and an objective, an explicit objective, in many cases a legislated objective of 126 countries and counting, that strategy should include a pathway to net zero. Investors and from impact investors and then moving into the mainstream will increasingly need to assess how well companies are positioned for this transition. So in other words, who's on the right and the wrong side of climate history, which companies have momentum and which will fall by the wayside. To make these judgments, the first thing that's necessary is climate-related financial disclosures from companies. We all know what gets measured gets managed. Backed by investors, the banks, insurance companies, pension funds, sovereign wealth funds now that support the TCFD, which is the gold standard for climate-related disclosures, now total $170 trillion. This is a set of recommendations that were developed by the market for the market, and they're increasingly essential. In order to make the TCFD comprehensive and consistent, we need to make it mandatory. That's increasingly obvious. The private sector has brought this along as far as it can. The demand for this disclosure is overwhelming. The supply is responding, but it needs to be made mandatory so that it's consistent and comprehensive. And the UK's, the Chancellor's announcement 2 weeks ago, the UK's roadmap for mandatory climate reporting is a watershed event. For COP26, we are going to work with other countries to establish pathways to make TCFD disclosure mandatory, including with international standard setters, particularly the IFRS, who's currently consulting on climate risk reporting, reporting standards and broader sustainability standards in order to shape the future. These disclosures need to be accompanied by forward-looking disclosures, including of net zero transition plans. Every company, certainly every major company, is going to need to evolve its business model for net zero. And what's started to emerge over the course of the last year or so is some best practice in this regard. Emerging best practices include publishing objectives for scope 1, 2, and 3 targets, balancing absolute emissions reduction with appropriate use of offsets, oversight at the board level, and tying executive compensation to the achievement of these metrics. By COP, a year from now, the absence of a transition plan will likely be seen as either an intention to wind down a business over the coming decades, or an assertion that the company is separate or views itself as separate from society. The former, winding down, may be logical. The latter, being apart from society, is unforgivable. Now, rather than have public authorities be overly prescriptive on these transition plans, it may be more desirable for investors to have a say on transition. In other words, an automatic advisory vote on transition plans, just as investors currently have a say on pay. This would establish a critical link between responsibility, sustainability, and accountability. Now, over time, investors won't just judge company transition plans, they too shall be judged. Investors will need to demonstrate their impact on the planet. And the challenge for the industry is to make a material and meaningful metric so that people, their clients, can make their money matter. Any such metric needs to be forward-looking, anchored in real-world climate targets, and it needs to be dynamic, in other words, adjusting for developments in technology. Existing climate metrics serve useful roles, but they're not best suited for measuring a whole economy transition, the whole economy transition that we need in order to get to net zero. Carbon footprints and CO2 emissions per dollar or pound invested aren't forward-looking, they're static. ESG metrics are inconsistent, poorly correlated in general, and the E in ESG is not benchmarked to net zero. And taxonomies capture only a small proportion of business activity. They can't chart the progress through 50 shades of green and are not yet dynamic enough to account for new technologies. So to address these shortcomings, earlier this month, the TCFD under David Blood of Generation Asset Investment Management, David Blood's leadership, published a report which examined several methodologies. The first was looking at the percentage of assets that are net zero aligned, in other words, assets from companies that have net zero transition plans. Secondly, progress in reducing GHG emissions versus transition pathways by sector. And then finally, calculation of a degree warming metric to assess the quality of transition plans to achieve the Paris goals. Now, in many respects, the degree warming metric gives an intuitive answer to the question, how much of my portfolio is contributing, or to what degree is my portfolio contributing to warming the planet? Indeed, with early calculations of some of the largest pension funds indicating that our capital markets are funding temperature increases of over 3 degrees, a striking gap emerges between what society wants and what the market values. And the challenge, and by publishing these numbers, it will help close that gap. Now, the challenge with an implied temperature warming metric is that its calculation depends on a range of assumptions. And so a simpler and potentially powerful alternative is a forward-looking metric of greenhouse gas reductions and a move of assets to Paris alignment consistent with a growing body of work on optimal transition paths. So think science-based target initiatives for transition paths. And some of the world's largest and most influential investors are making such commitments. The members of the Net Zero Asset Owners Alliance, with over $5 trillion under management, have committed to manage down their carbon footprints by up to 29%, preferably on a scope 3 basis by 2025, and to be at net zero by 2050. And I would expect that such metrics-based approaches to managing the transition to become increasingly common. But it's suffice to say that in the run-up to Glasgow, investors should try to agree how best to demonstrate how the extent to which their clients' investments are aligned with climate targets. And David Blood's report is now out for consultation, and I would encourage this group to share your views so that we can work towards developing that consensus. So to conclude, there's no algorithm, black box, or index, magic index that is going to get us to net zero. Impact investing to address climate change involves fundamental analysis and judgments about forward-looking transition paths. It will back the best of those paths with the capital needed to transform our economies as part of this sustainable revolution. And the need for capital is great. In response, more and more companies are crafting business strategies grounded in purpose that address these most pressing issues for our planet. Businesses of all stripes are recognizing that changing consumer preferences and new climate policies are creating this enormous commercial opportunity. The most forward-looking investors are responding to this shift by focusing on an opportunity of a lifetime, which is also an opportunity for our lifetimes. And if we get this right, the objective for COP26, that every financial decision takes climate change into account, will be realized. The climate transition will be mainstreamed, and we will get what we value. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very successful conference.
Thank you very much. Great to hear from Mark Carney and the thinking behind the Green Finance Agenda for COP26. We will drop the link to the important report that David Blood led that Mark referred to. We'll drop that in the chat during this session. COP26 has been a big focus for our work at the Impact Investing Institute over the last year, and it will continue to be over the next 12 months, particularly around the development of a Green Plus sovereign bond proposal. It's been one of the most exciting pieces of our work because of the degree of engagement we've had with investors and with the UK government on it. We were therefore obviously delighted when early this month, Rishi Sunak, the UK Chancellor, announced that the UK would issue the first in a series of green sovereign bonds in time for its hosting of COP26 next November. The Green Plus sovereign bond work also modelled our preferred way of working at the Institute, which is in collaboration. We worked with the Green Finance Institute, which was set up just before us and is also backed by government and by the City of London Corporation, and with the Grantham Research Institute at the London School of Economics. And Professor Nick Robbins at the LSE has done very important work describing the just transition, the idea that the transition to a net zero carbon economy must be made taking into account the impact that this transition has on people and communities, both mitigating negative consequences, but also taking advantage of the many opportunities which this transition brings, particularly around green skills and the creation of sustainable jobs. So we designed our proposal for a Green Plus gilt in the UK, combining social and environmental impacts using the framing of a just transition. And that means that for each environmental project category for use of proceeds, there was a clearly defined social co-benefit. And we're confident that the Green Gilt, which the UK government has announced, will have significant social impact through supporting the green recovery and creating sustainable jobs across the country. And the commitment to a series of issuances provides future opportunities for a full Green Plus gilt, and we're keen to help the government implement this in any way we can. The link to our proposal, which is on our website, is going to be dropped in the chat for those of you who want to have a closer look. And in the meantime, I'm very pleased to have the opportunity today to discuss this work and the concept of Green Plus sovereign bonds with a great panel. Welcome panelists. Isabelle Laurent is Deputy Treasurer and Head of Funding at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. She oversees EBRD's issuance in the capital markets and investor relations, and also focuses on capital markets development and sustainable finance. Rishi Madlani is Head of Sustainable Finance and Just Transition at NatWest, the UK High Street Bank, and the bank has funded and financed about £10 billion of climate and sustainable finance activities in the last 2 years. And Rishi is also a councillor on Camden Council and chairs Camden's Pension Committee. Karim Arslan is the director at the Green Finance Institute, and he worked with us on the Green Plus Gilt proposal, which we presented to the UK government in September. Before joining the GFI, he spent 10 years working in investment banking and life insurance. Lovely to have you with us today. Thank you for joining us. Isabelle, I'm turning to you first. Why do you think it's important for the UK and indeed other governments to issue green or Green Plus sovereign bonds?
Thank you so much, Sarah. Well, I think it's so important in underlining and reinforcing the government's intent to transition the UK to a resilient net zero economy. I think, it identifies projects, infrastructure projects and others that will ensure that we build back better. And I think this Green Plus selection that you've introduced is, again, very important in ensuring that all the green projects that are selected for the use of proceeds have meaningful social co-benefits. So it's a different lens from the do no significant harm that we see in the EU taxonomy, with this very significant focus on the social co-benefits. And I think it's just an important signal that the government wants to ensure that it's an inclusive and just transition. I also think it will be a great boost for the sterling green bond market, which is embryonic. It's significantly behind dollars and euro, which one might expect, but I think it's even behind that for Scandinavian currencies. And I think that it will be an important catalyst for many other issuers, be they corporates, utilities, local governments, to identify their own potential green projects that can be funded through the green bond market. So it's a hugely welcome signal.
And just picking up on that point about the sort of catalyst effect, I mean, why is it that when a sovereign issues a green or labelled bond, it seems to stimulate the domestic market so much? I mean, we saw in Ireland and in Belgium, when they'd issued their own green sovereigns, you saw a real surge in domestic issuance by corporates and local authorities. Why is that?
I think it's the sense of what is possible, how things are to be done. So it takes a lot more work now than it did in 2010 when we started issuing green bonds to try and work on the communication internal and external with investors. What is it that they're looking for? How do we report? How do we communicate even internally what our targets are, where we're trying to get to? But I think that that's a dialogue that many issuers are going to have anyway, but it accelerates it. And I think that in highlighting that the government is undertaking that, it starts to help people think about what they would need to do the same and what they may get as a benefit from doing it. I think, as Mark Carney mentioned, there isn't necessarily a benefit in terms of the finance level at which you get. I mean, that tends to be slightly different for more investment grade, just investment grade or sub-investment grade issuers, where they can actually attract a much bigger universe of investors into their bonds than they would for their normal bonds. And that may give them a beneficial financial aspect to it. But there isn't that. So a lot of people sit on the sidelines, but actually the engagement is going to happen even when you're issuing ordinary bonds. So trying to work on that kind of plan and seeing that the government itself is able to do it, I think is very important in just motivating people to identify for themselves what projects they could finance through green, social or sustainability bonds.
And Karim, Isabel touched there on some of the issues that we've been discussing over the last few months with investors and with governments. And we know that there were certain challenges to overcome for the UK government before it felt it was able to commit to issuing a green sovereign bond. Can you talk us through some of the conversations that we've been having over the last few months, what those challenges were and why you feel they can be overcome?
Sure. Thank you, Sarah. And I'm delighted to be part of the discussion today and to celebrate the Impact Investing Institute first year anniversary with my fellow panelists. As you said, I think we've engaged on a lot of different topics. The objections and concerns of the Debt Management Office and Treasury were public and well known. They were around the issues of the value for money for green gilts, concerns around additionality, hypothecation, but also the need for a business case. And Isabel touched on some potential points around catalyst effect, investor diversification and pricing. And we tackled these head on by quoting precedent in other sovereign green bond issuances, but also looking, as you mentioned, Sarah, at investor insights. On the additionality point, that was kind of discussed at length. So additionality is a way for investor to indicate and to see a transaction as being robust. And we talked to investors and through market precedents, I looked at some best practices in the market that could alleviate some of the government's concerns. For example, refinancing of project is acceptable, but with a certain look-back period. I think 2 years is what the market thinks is acceptable look-back period for refinancing projects. And this is in line with green bond principles. Also, market participants are comfortable with a mix of both refinancing and financing of new projects. And also that the green bond framework should, or the green gilt should be financing clear manifesto commitments and should be used as an additional incentive to deliver them. Obviously, I'd like to build on Isabel's point around the catalytic effect within governments, the pure additionality of improving awareness around sustainability and building metrics to measure impact of this issuance. And I said we've looked at precedents. The French Green OAT combines a mix of financing and refinancing is a good example, or the green bond in the Netherlands. And both issuances were very well received by the market and well oversubscribed. Another issue that I think it's important to talk about is hypothecation. The question is within government is it's too restrictive. Is hypothecation needed? And I think what we've seen from best practices in the market and discussions with the market that it's not a necessary requirement in issuing a sovereign gilt, and that the issuer would need to document a scheduled project with a notional equivalence that the proceeds of the green gilt could fund. Quoting precedents again, France Green OAT and Germany had their green gilt kind of pooled within their general budget, but identify equivalent amounts within their green agenda to be financed by the green gilt. And obviously, the value for money or a business case, I think I'm not going to talk about it more because Isabel mentioned obviously the investor diversification, some potential, the dynamic of pricing that could lead to potential pricing benefits and cheaper cost of funding for public finances, and the catalytic effect on corporate and municipal issuances.
Yes, thanks, Karim. I mean, Karim was very involved in all the work we did testing our proposal with investors, and indeed over 40 asset owners, asset managers, and sort of relevant organisations publicly supported our proposal for a Green Plus gilt. And I think, Rishi, one of the things that we found most encouraging really is that there was really genuine appetite in the market for that combination of environmental benefits but with social co-benefits. And I think, I mean, to be honest, Karim, I think we were a bit surprised by even what you might call the pure green investors really feeling that their mandates and their that they were able to incorporate those social co-benefits within their investments. Do you get the sense that this is the way the market is going? Is this the momentum behind the market, and how will those environmental and social be combined in future?
Thanks for the question, Sarah, and again, happy birthday to the Impact Investment Institute. Actually thinking around where we are in the period as we emerge, hopefully, from lockdown 2.0, the impact and social has been on the agendas and minds of financial services sectors in a way that it's never been before. So I think the importance of the II has never been more key. So helpfully, my analysts actually produced a new note yesterday, actually, that measured the green, social and sustainable bond market issuance, which indicated there have been $416 billion of issuance year to date in 2020, over 60% increase on 2019 levels. And of that, green accounted for was an 11% increase versus full year levels. Our macro team sort of anticipate this penciling in another 60% of growth for 2021, based on what they're hearing from investors, and their recent investor survey showed that over 50% of investors said that their interest in green bonds would grow next year, and a further 20% saying they wanted specifically green bond classifications. Hopefully what's happened across the Atlantic will help drive some of that as well in the US markets, which will also then help. And so back to your point about the intersection of green and social, it's a joke I make when I'm going around the bank. I used to have a slide at the beginning of my packs saying, is climate change real? That slide's now either in the appendix or thankfully in the bin, because it's no longer required to have that argument. And actually an argument on just transition and how we start measuring what are the social impacts of climate and be more aware of this. And we had our first experience when NatWest issued its first ICMA certified social bond last year. And it was fascinating going around in that process, firstly forming how we did our own social bond, but actually speaking to investors around this, where there was such demand across Scandinavia. I long for face-to-face investor meetings again. It's a while before we're back to those. But actually, what I was so shocked by was how nascent some of this was. There wasn't a UK-wide debt deprivation index. We had to create one, and thankfully my economists helped us create something robust. And there wasn't a job creation measure. And these are things that we know that our first social bond isn't perfect. It's a start to measuring the impact of the jobs we create through lending to SMEs and to private areas. But there's so much more work on this to happen. The green bond market has had that thought, and Isabel and leaders like that who have really driven this agenda that help make the green bond more vanilla and more boring, because actually more boring means it's more that we're going to have more investors and more issuers. It's a good thing. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's good to be more boring. But I think the potential for this, and we saw earlier this year, some of the local authorities, West Berkshire and Warrington, issue municipal green bonds. I think the power and potential of a UK Green Plus gilt to really stimulate the UK and help us build up better the levelling up agenda that Isabel also referred to is huge. And I hope that this is seized.
Thank you very much. It's obviously great that the UK is committed to doing this in time for COP26 next year. Do you think that do you think it's important for the UK to develop its credentials and show global leadership in sustainable finance? And if so, why?
100%, Sarah. If I'm honest, I mean, I was delighted last week that we were announced one of the lead sponsors for COP26 and the principal banking sponsor alongside a number of our customers, SSE, Scottish Power, National Grid. And what I was really pleased by was it was a rigorous exercise. So the COP unit we had to jump over a number of hurdles that involved a lot of work, which is good. And that reassures me that it's going to be a credible process. But the UK has historically played a key role in climate, both through our sort of Semitic Climate Change Act in 2008. I'm delighted to have now Nick Stern as one of our advisors in the bank, who's for the geeks amongst us, the economics of climate change, was one of those reports that actually helped shape some of the global activity on this. And we've historically done a lot of this through Europe, and I worry that we need to make sure we really use our opportunity of leadership through COP, and then I'm speaking about the UK government here, to really bring this to focus and to mind. Great news coming across the Atlantic, hopefully, but that takes us back to where we were 4 years ago with the US rejoining the Paris Agreement. But this COP is going to be crucial. And I think we need to make sure we start getting this right. So, things like missteps of the government of not having any women in the negotiation team, that was just dreadful. And what will need to happen in COP is making sure we can take that, not just a negotiation perspective, but actually a leadership perspective. And this year, the next 12 months are so critical in this because the world's eyes will be on us. So our Green Plus Gilt is a key part of that. And yes, it's a bit late, and it will take time to do. And Isabel and my assurance team also testify to how much work goes into issuing one of these. I'm glad that the decision's been made now, and it's part of that showing leadership.
I mean, I certainly also think, when I was a journalist, the last few years were about Brexit, and Brexit, of course, because of the pandemic, has moved down the agenda. But, we are facing our financial services industry is facing a very uncertain future post-Brexit. And I think, this is a real area where the city can have, there is already deep expertise in the city, but this is really, something that the city can be offering. It can be part of the sort of competitive offering to the rest of the world. Karim, we tested our proposal for the Green Plus Gilt with market participants, particularly fixed income market participants, obviously. Can you talk to us a bit about how that process worked and why it was important?
Certainly. Yes, as you mentioned, we engaged with the engagement with the markets was essential part of our work as a soundboard, but also to identify best practices. As you mentioned, we've organized a thinking with major market participants, fixed income specialists, asset managers, asset owners, and bank treasuries. And I think initially at this meeting present, these fixed income specialists manage assets of around £3 trillion. So they kind of had good understanding as well of the green bond space. And the purpose was obviously to canvass the market for appetite for a green plus and green sovereign issuance, but also to discuss some of the structural features of a green plus gilt. And mainly also to help us provide feedback to the government on some of the specific structural concerns that they've raised around, that I mentioned earlier, additionality, hypothecation, and what is actually accepted by the market. The question of is high hypothecation essential or not? It was a great opportunity to test with the market if such features, what are the best practices to design them? And as I mentioned also, and I said, it's get a view of what the demand is. And the feedback we got is there's an overwhelming demand for the UK to show leadership in this space and to issue a green gilt. And I think with our engagement with government, that was an essential part of the discussion. This debate that we've had with the financial sector, and also we've got a lot of best practices and highlights on these that we were able to share with government.
I think also, one of the things that we recognise in all our work at the Institute is that there's massive appetite from individuals and in investors in general for sustainable finance vehicles. And there's actually not enough sustainable finance vehicles to meet the demand, which is a positive thing. And 16 countries have now issued green sovereign bonds worldwide. And we're planning to expand our proposal to other markets, including the EU and emerging markets. And we're also working on developing better social metrics and the methodology to apply a social lens to green investment. Because I think, harking back to what Rishi was saying, I think that we were quite, I mean, there are lots of initiatives going on worldwide, but you need to bring these initiatives together and really help investors think through how to define the social metrics with the environmental benefits. And that, in fact, one of the questions that's come up in the Q&A is asking us specifically about that. So I'm going to want to come to the great questions that are coming in, but before we do that, just a sort of sense of the future from our panelists, what you see happening next. I mean, Mark Carney gave a very clear vision of companies, businesses and investors increasing responsibilities around, particularly in reporting on their climate responsibilities. But how do you see this particularly the bond market developing to respond to those changes? Should I come to Isabel first?
Well, I think the bond market is increasingly focused on having the communication tools. So you were talking about metrics and the other. I mean, in most discussions that we have with our investors, we are now focusing on ESG, what we're doing, what our commitments are, how we approach different things. It doesn't mean that we've got it all perfectly. And I think that's a sort of general push in the market. So putting out more information. So we're currently working on our GRI second reporting of metrics that are deemed meaningful by the market. And again, what's really important is that we are able to differentiate between sectors. So I think at the moment, the way ESG is done, it puts out a lot of information, but it's really hard to see the wood from the trees. So working out what's material in individual sectors and geographies is going to be very important. And I think that's something that the market is doing or needs to do more of, rather than this sort of blanket notion that we just put out lots and lots of different things and we can't really see what there's there. We've embarked on TCFD reporting, and as Mark Carney was mentioning, that's obviously now a commitment for all in the UK, and I think that we're all going to get better at it. It's very hard in your first report to do it perfectly, but we're all incrementally getting better at those things. So I think just the communication tool, and as I mentioned, it's not just going to be for green bond issuers or social bond issuers, it's going to be for the markets to communicate those things, not neglecting the fact that there are parts of the market that are very important that are neither green nor brown. And, so it's not as though that's the only lens that we need to see everything through, but we have to be able to assess within our organizations, even if we're not doing something that is either positive green or negative brown, actually where the risks come and being able to articulate those better. So I think that is what the market is getting better at. And I think the tools for reporting and working on aggregation of tools, whether that's through stock exchanges, whether that's through different platforms that come, that's another important thing, because at the moment we're each doing it in our individual way. And it makes it much harder for funds to aggregate what the impact is of their fund and then report to their own constituents, which again is going to be a very important part. Part of that is getting metrics that generally people use, transparency over baselines and benchmarks that they use, but also the tools for aggregation so that it's easier for them to take reports and also tease out, so rework the numbers that you produce on your greenhouse gas savings or something else, so that they can look at the underlying assumptions and make them more uniform. Do you use a local grid, a national grid, a regional grid, something else, for the projects? All of that they will then be able to play with. So I think these are all the different sort of tools that we're inching towards and making great strides, but it does take time to get there. But I think those are the big changes we're seeing.
I think it does take time, but I think, one of the things that's been amazing about the last year is seeing how quickly momentum is picking up. I mean, there was momentum before the pandemic, but I think that, the pandemic has in many ways sort of heightened our sense of urgency around these issues. Karim, I'm going to come to you next, and I'm going to combine the question with some of the great questions that are coming into the Q&A so that we've got time to address those. I mean, it speaks to some of the points that you were covering earlier. Martin Pike asks, given the huge level of government borrowing, how can we be sure that the green bond will indeed be additive to the transition rather than just labelling of projects that would otherwise have been done anyway?
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, certainly, that's the it relates to the point I made earlier about how we demonstrate additionality in the green bond. And I think under the green bond framework and the principles there is an extent where there are some refinancing of projects that is accepted, but to give confidence to the market, a green bond should be additive by having allocation of finances to new projects that are within the manifesto and that would need financing. And issuing a green bond, knowing the need for borrowing that is needed in the coming months or years, is something that could help achieve this and push it forward. And again, to the point that Isabel made, and I think I mentioned as well, is the additionality within government to identify and report impact and create awareness around these environmental goals internally, which is hugely additive within government. And I think it would add to the green debate centrally.
Thank you. Another great question from someone who hasn't given their name, but which Rishi comes back to the point that you were making about the social impact measures and the risk that they may be superficial. This person asks, Rishi mentioned employment in areas of high social deprivation. However, often the reality is jobs created are not employing local people and they're pushed out of the area when regeneration takes place. Therefore, social issues are not tackled and they're just moved along. I think that's it's an incredibly important point. And I mean, we're at a relatively early stage of really thinking through the accountability on the social impact delivery, aren't we? But Rishi, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, and it's a really, really good question, and it's something that sort of it's something we debate and regularly think about internally. We've made huge progress on the E of ESG, and I actually say the climate part of ESG, because we've not made as much progress on biodiversity. And on S, we really have not made, and we all put our hands up, and that's why, for me, our first social bond issuance, for example, was an experiment, it was learning. And we, having that conversation with investors, getting that feedback from investors to see what they want. Investors also don't know what they want yet, which is interesting because they've all got different thoughts and processes on this. So I think when the EU Sustainable Finance Action Plan's first white paper or green paper was first launched, it was meant to be an overarching piece. And you've seen the European Commission make huge progress on the green taxonomy, and you've seen now UK government announce that our own version will be following. In the same time, the social work, the work on social, not social work, hasn't really been accelerating that process. Now, I've seen pockets of this work happening. I'm seeing lots of different definitions emerging, and there isn't one real standard. But these are precisely the sort of issues, because actually, how do we judge those jobs? So creating jobs in itself isn't good if they're precarious or terrible jobs, unsafe jobs, or these are absolutely the issues. And we don't even have. I think we start by measuring and start by factoring and counting what we can measure, and then we start to improve that. We're going to start to improve those metrics. But I think there's a huge body of work. But fortunately, I say that my reason for optimism, and I'm always glass half full person, is that COVID has actually forced us to think about social in a whole new mindset paradigm of thought. I would not have seen financial sector services institutions respond to a social crisis in this way, and I've been proud of our response, whether it's 10 billion of loans to companies or 330,000 calls to customers on welfare. Did I think we'd be doing that before? Perhaps not, and it's been really pleasing to see.
And there's another great question building on some of the issues you were addressing there, Rishi, which is some big, it's another anonymous attendee, some big online retail companies that do door-to-door deliveries have admirable plans for carbon neutrality, electric vans, wind turbines. Does Green Plus mean that they will also need to be focused on being better employers with good employment terms and conditions, living wage, etc.? It's increasingly important to ensure that workers are protected as technology marches on with increasing speed. Isabel, any thoughts on that?
Well, I think that that's part of the ESG that is a separate aspect. So there's the screening of the issuer, which is not just about what they're doing, but externally, but what they do internally. So when you look at most ESG analysis, it indeed focuses very significantly on governance, on policies for their workforce, on training for their workforce, on benefits for their workforce. So it's not just an external looking thing. Are they doing socially important projects, but actually how they operate internally. And that's probably more of the ESG analysis. In terms of the sort of green and social bonds, and I saw that there was another question about, aren't green bonds already, don't they already have social credentials baked in? And it sort of gets to the same thing. I think my observation is that a lot of green funds were set up, and a lot of people then said, we need green impacts, and we need you to talk about the green impacts. And I've been co-chairing the impact reporting working group of the green bond principles now for a few years, where we try and come up with project impacts for different types of projects, irrespective of the geography. And what we found when we were initially doing things like water and wastewater, when I said not just looking at cubic metrics of water saved, but actually looking at access to clean water, people would say, oh no, you can't include access to clean water, that's a social metric. And we're focusing on environmental. So it was almost as though never the twain shall meet. And the same with wastewater. And I kept saying, but you know, if I don't have access to wastewater treatment and I'm just dumping my raw sewage in the river, is that a green problem, or is that a social problem? You know, I mean, these things are wholly intertwined. And to my mind, as the questioner says, all social projects, all green projects are social, not all social projects are green. But teasing out what those impacts are, looking at what the co-benefits are and reporting on them actually is very important. So we've been allowed to include some social impacts, but often then less impact than more output or outcome, because I don't think yet we've got all the ability to really tease out what the true impact is, social impact longer term. But it's certainly a good start in articulating that and having funds who are able to focus on both and not exclusionary, which we saw quite a lot of. There were either green or there were very few that were pure social. I'm hoping COVID will change that, and I'm hoping the Green Plus Guild will make the language of Green Plus Social very much more current.
Thank you, Isabel. There are loads of great questions, and we will try to come to some of them after the event, come back to specific questions and questioners. I'm going to turn to the last one, because I think that's very relevant for the proposal that the Institute put forward and really for next steps. It's from Elma Tabari, who says, partnership in defining social outcome objectives, partnership between public and private sectors is essential. And I think that also references an earlier questioner who asked, is there a link, should there be a link with community development finance initiatives or institutions, which I think is very relevant in terms of linking, you know, social is local and needs to be driven by local and community needs. What Elma asks, what can the government do to work better with the investment industry? Rishi, can I turn that over to you?
Yeah, so I mean, I think there's got to be a couple of things on this. Hard to give a succinct answer on this. I think firstly, people being more aware of their pensions and whether it's the work that Share Action and people make. We need more financial awareness, and the Make My Money Matter campaigns and pieces like this are so critical. Of Good Money Week run by UCSIF. We need these organisations to make people more conscious consumers of this. I also think, actually the Just Transition work provides a really good framework for this. So you've got the inclusivity, the creativity of jobs, you've got sector-based and you've got place-based. And actually the answers for this are really, really different in each area. And that work needs to go on. So when you look at the Scottish Just Transition Commission, or you look at the work that's happening on some of the Northern mayors or Sadiq and Shirley Rodriguez in London, there needs to be more place-based solutions. So, and the way that will work is by bringing together politicians, business and finance and people. You need the voices, whether it's school striking, kids aren't striking school right now, but that will be back hopefully once the vaccine is out. And we need to bring those together. How do we have those voices in the same place to create policy that works for sectors, works for regions and is inclusive at its core?
Thank you, Rishi. And Karim, can I turn that question to you as well? And also thinking about just bringing in some of the work that the Green Finance Institute and the Impact Investing Institute with the LSE are planning for our next steps.
Certainly, and also coming back on the points that Isabel raised about green and social and how intertwined these are. And specifically, this year we've seen a huge surge of social bonds, and the interest in social has become so big that when we designed the proposal of a Green Plus, with the market discuss, there's enough latitude under the green bond banner to report and the impact on social. And it goes back to the point that all green projects have a social angle to them. And I think next steps and what we should be doing, to a point you mentioned, Sarah, is what are these metrics and how we report on them, but also how do we. There are some frameworks of what these metrics should be and how they are, but they differ from every local jurisdiction to the other. And how can we work with government and investor to look at what sort of social metrics should be included and how we make sure they're streamlined and standardized, so that such reporting on the environmental that is more streamlined today and the social is easier. And I think that's pretty important as next steps to be able to deliver on some of these impacts of the environment, and also deliver on some of the impact of a green recovery that we've been talking about.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all the three panelists for what I found a very interesting discussion, and I hope our audience has too. It's been great working with such a fantastic group of people, all three of you and others on the Green Plus Gilt work, and we're very much looking forward to next steps. I hope you, the audience, found it as interesting as I did, and we will be coming back, as I said, to questions and points raised in this discussion in our follow-ups. Now, throughout this morning's events, we're going to show short videos from social enterprises who are delivering amazing positive impact on the ground. And this is part of our series of social spotlights, and we hope you find them as enjoyable and inspiring as we did during the filming. And the first in this series, which we're about to show you now, is Habiba Ali, who is the founder and chief executive of SOSI Renewable Energies, and she's going to be talking about some of the amazing work she's doing in Nigeria.
My name is Habiba Ali. I'm the founder CEO of a company called SOSI Renewable Energies based in Kaduna, Nigeria. SOSI deploys renewable energy solutions to communities and individuals across rural communities in northern Nigeria. The idea behind our work is that we believe that through renewable energies, a lot of the sustainable development goals can also be achieved. There could be improved livelihoods, reduced poverty, and better health for children and women. And then, of course, because we work through a sales force of women, we also believe that economic growth for women is also very ensured with the work that we do. We've been doing this for about 10 years now, and the reason why we started it was simply because I was actually already in the renewable energy space, but I was not doing it from a commercial angle. I was just a staff somewhere doing some work. And then I get to find out that for every 2 hours somebody stayed in an air polluted area, they were smoking an equivalent of 1 pack of cigarettes. And I grew up with a mother who sold firefood on the open fire, made on the open fire by the light of a kerosene lanterns. Two reasons why you can easily have a polluted area by the roadside. And we all cooked. We all supported our mom through that business. And so it was very scary for me at that time to find out that this was a problem. And so I quickly thought about what I could also contribute to help, because I had family. I had an opportunity to pass by a certain marketplace where I know women sold food, all kinds of things at night using the light of a kerosene lantern that just kept, blowing up with smoke and into their face and everything. So I thought these women must be going through a lot. So how do we get solutions that can help them? And I bought some solar lanterns from that conference and replaced it for them. They started asking for more for their friends and families, and that's when I realized there was a business there. And I worked with women to also deploy these solutions. Yes, time. I would love to see that SOSE has duplicated itself in about 2,000 communities and have about, as much women working to also, get their incomes improved. I feel that with economic empowerment, people feel better level to allow themselves to grow to the level that is necessary to give them and their children better lives. And I keep telling my children, for example, that, you know what, you're just two of you, but the work that I do is helping thousands and thousands of people. So cut me some slack and allow me do it.
Well, that was a terrific transition to our next conversation on global perspectives in impact investing. And what I loved about that video in particular, it really picked up from the last panel of the integration between environmental and social issues. My name is Laurie Spengler. I'm a non-executive director at the Institute, and I lead our international development work. And it's my privilege to lead the conversation we're about to have. Engaging with global perspectives is an opportunity, if not an invitation, for action and for learning. The social and environmental issues that underpin our impact pursuits, they connect us across the globe. Of course, we all recognize local context is specific and it is relevant. It must be considered in designing and delivering impactful solutions. And yet the core issues underpinning these solutions are familiar. The Sustainable Development Goals were framed, in fact, as global goals. They're not EU goals. They're not North American goals. They're not emerging market goals. They're global goals. So whether we're talking about gender equity, livable cities and affordable housing, clean energy, quality education, these aspirational objectives, they resonate with each one of us, no matter where we sit in the world. And using that dual lens of action and learning, there's a lot happening globally. The market for impact investing has exploded over the past couple of years across geographies, across asset classes, across themes and sectors. Market sizing initiatives are always somewhat challenging, but the real point of these market sizing numbers is that there's a real growth. So if you look conservatively of what is identified specifically as impact investing, in 2017, it was referred to as a market of about $100 billion. By 2019, it's well over $700 billion. If you take a broader view and look through the lens of sustainable investing, we're talking in the multiple trillions of dollars. But perhaps more importantly are the investable opportunities. The Sustainable Development Goals Business Council identified over $12 trillion of investable opportunities when we look through the prism of the goals. The number of actors participating has also increased and expanded in types, and we see that around the Institute itself in our ecosystem. We have family offices and foundations, we have individuals increasingly, corporates, and a range of institutional investors from insurance companies to pension funds. And lastly, I would say we see the building blocks that really are so critical to strengthen our collective work also maturing. We now have common language. We have a development of coherence around impact management standards. We heard that from Mark Carney this morning, and it came through in Sarah's panel just now. And also, we should all recognize there are organizations like the Institute operating in 33 countries now across the globe. These are really exciting developments. So to help us get our arms around these developments and put them into perspective, I'm joined by 4 leading practitioners, each of whom brings a unique perspective from where they sit and what they do. We have Jaco Minnaar joining us from the Netherlands today. He is the Managing Director of Triodos Investment Management, which is a pioneer and frankly a top asset manager and investor in all things impact. We have Neha Bhatnagar joining us from India. She is the Head of Partnerships and Research at the Impact Investors Council in India, and she'll give us the perspective on the ground from one of the most dynamic markets in the emerging markets consideration set. We have James Hicks from the UK. He is the Impact Data Lead at the Impact Management Project, one of the really essential building blocks, impact management, as we think about our work and growing the solidity of our work. And we have Rosemary Addis from Australia, Executive Director of Impact Strategist and a Global Ambassador of the Global Steering Group on Impact Investing, who really brings a comprehensive perspective on the trends and the actors in the global field of impact investing. The individual bios of our speakers are available on our website, but we're going to jump right in. The format, just like the prior panel, we have a Q&A that'll be curated by David Krivanek, our colleague at the Institute. So I encourage people to post any questions in the Q&A window, but I'm going to kick off, Jaco, with you. I'm wearing your investor hat with your emerging markets expertise. Give us a sense of the breadth and depth of opportunities that you're seeing today in impact investing.
Yeah, thank you very much, Laurie. Well, you mentioned the SDGs, and the SDGs are global, but of course the gaps in terms of development are largest in emerging markets. So that is where we actually see enormous potential. And this is across SDG themes. This is about combating poverty. It is about tackling climate change and developing renewable energy. It's about access to health services. It's about sustainable agriculture, you name it. Now, I think it is important, and from our experience working in emerging markets, is that development is often seen as a problem, but the flip side of a problem is that it is an opportunity, because in most of those cases, it means that there is an enormous growth market because there is a lack of things that improve the quality of life. There's a lack of services, there's a lack of some kind of assets. So these are typical situations where impact and return can go hand in hand. And we have examples of that. We have built a long track record, for example, in financial inclusion. We now are managing around 1 billion in assets under management only in that sector. Same, for example, in renewable energy and tackling climate change. And there our exposure in emerging markets is now also growing faster than in Europe. I think what is important for investors to understand is that you don't always have to go direct, because in the beginning it may be difficult to think how you're going to make those investments. But as a first-time investor, you may want to consider some of those funds that already have a track record. And as you said, currently more than 700 billion is already invested in pure play impact investments, and several institutions, amongst them also the IFC, the World Economic Forum, are estimating this market to be above 10 trillion. So huge opportunities.
Yeah, it's great. What I love, first of all, Jaco, is you're framing this of the lens of opportunity. Investors invest because of opportunity. And so, as you say, we see need, but it translates into opportunity. So I love your focal point on that. And then the sectors that you've mentioned. On funds, can you just go one step further and give us a sense across asset classes? Are you seeing, and you're quite right, investors who are not directly in some of these markets may find it challenging and it may not be the most efficient to invest directly in an enterprise. And there are vehicles of all sizes and stripes. And Triodos has exposure across the asset class continuum. Can you just give us a sense of some of those aggregated vehicles that you're leading or that you see in sectors across asset classes?
That's a good point, Laurie, because I think when people think about impact investing, they often think about the private equity space, and that is a very important space to have very direct impact. But it is not the only asset class through which you can go. So also in listed bonds, in listed equity, in private debt, in structured finance, there are opportunities. Structured finance, typically, of course, for infrastructure projects like renewable energy. So I think also depending on where, as an investor, you have your preferences or where it fits your mandate, there is ample opportunity.
And one of the challenges that you know all too well is that investors, as you've alluded to, have risk, return, liquidity objectives, constraints, appetites. So we've got variety across the asset classes. Maybe could you just give a spotlight on one of the examples where perhaps you attracted an investor for the first time coming into impact who had to overcome and kind of think about how that investment opportunity fit into their broader portfolio? Because you have money across the board, from the individuals all the way to big pension funds. So maybe just one example of a newer entrant to one of the funds managed by Triodos, and just how that calculation, the kind of analytical prism of thinking through their risk, return, liquidity, driven by the impact pursuit, but how they got there in the end.
Yeah, well, I think there are easier entry points and there are more difficult entry points. But for example, if investors start in the listed or in the bond space, it often is a language that they are very, very comfortable with, and then there are almost no barriers. And we see that the risk return profiles of those type of funds also really hold up well, and there's a body of scientific evidence to suggest that. I think it's a bit more difficult on the private side, where you set impact, risk, return, liquidity, and so in emerging markets, investors often have a perception that the country risks are very high, that the currency risks are very high, and that the investments are illiquid. And often, therefore, they start with a relative small portion of their funds. But they can do two things. One is, I think they can upfront really look at the track record of those funds. But our experience is that if they actually take the leap, and once they are in there, then they find out that their perception of risk are actually much higher than the actual realized risk.
I'm so glad you focused on the perception of risk, because I think that's so helpful. I mean, risk is real, people have to look at it, but oftentimes the perception is much greater in magnitude than the actual risk. And how do you work through that and navigate? I think also your point about an on-ramp being in the fixed income area, we just heard from the last panel that there is investor appetite and interest and familiarity with that product suite. And so it's oftentimes it makes sense when we're looking for newcomers to enter to focus there as an initial step, as you say. And that's great, Jaco. Thanks. We're going to come back to you, but I'm going to move on to Neha for the moment. So we've heard from Jaco from the broader investors' perspective in emerging markets. You're sitting in one of the most dynamic emerging markets in India. So Neha, give us a perspective on the ground. How would you describe what's happening there from an investor interest and actual deployment of capital perspective?
It's been 10 months. I'm still getting used to the virtual world. Sorry. I was
no worries.
Thanks, Laurie. And I would, it's a fantastic question, and I'm quite excited to be a part of this panel. And thank you for having us here and, being a part of such an illustrious panel to represent India. I would like to break my response in two parts. One, introducing Indian impact investing with facts and figures. Two, example to reiterate the achievements of SDGs in India. So Laurie, with a fifth of the planet's population, India plays a major role in how close or far the world is able to come to the SDG achievement in a decade ahead. India has a huge untapped market potential for impact investors, as you all know. To help you walk the last decade of Indian impact investing, the enterprises in India have collectively raised close to $10.8 billion US dollars into 550 for-profit social enterprises, impacting close to 490 million underserved, mostly low-income communities. As you know, traditionally investors in India were focused on financial services as a sector. But the last decade has catalyzed several highly innovative delivery models across sectors, particularly well suited to help the SDGs related to the three core social sectors: agriculture, healthcare, and education. In fact, COVID-19 has pushed the healthcare services immensely. Digital transformation with AI solutions that never existed before, and remote healthcare is seeing a lot of interest from investors today. To give you an insight into the last 2 years, 2019, 2020, most of the exits in India took place in healthcare and financial inclusion. In fact, LGT Lightstone, Aspada, Umidyar Network, Sequoia Capital India invested in maximum number of deals in financial inclusion sector during the first half of 2020. Interestingly, even 60 enterprises were able to make, raise close to 1 billion US dollars in the first half of the calendar year. Jumping on 2 examples, I'm immensely proud to share the story of a non-banking finance company called Kinara. They were launched in 2011, which provides fast, flexible, and collateral-free loans in the range of 2,000 US dollars to anywhere close to 35,000 US dollars to micro, small, medium enterprises. And the impact that they created in 9 years was something close to 22 million US dollars was dispersed to 35,000 customers. So you see, the impact investing is in sync with SDGs. It is advancing rapidly in India. And, out of the pool of examples that I wanted to share today, India has a lot of content. There is another smashing effort that I would like to mention, to speak in the SDG terms, Grameen Capital. They enabled 6 SDG impact bonds in 18 months, starting in 2019. The details are available on the web. So to bring the many facts I quoted together, India is at a significant crossroads in the history on the onset of a new era while achieving the SDG goals. And to quickly take another minute to end my thoughts, unsure how many of you saw this, but recently at the G20 summit, India was confirmed as the only G20 nation on track to meet the climate change goal. To work in parallel, we at ISC are putting our efforts towards the climate tech. We have worked our way to understand that very little information on climate tech is available. So to support, we are building a research report. We are hosting a mini flagship event in July, and I hope to see you all there. So, with the hope of more support for emerging markets from international investors, I hand it over back to you, Laurie.
Yeah, that's, fantastic. And as what really comes through in your comments, it's the size, the scale, the dynamism, also the interplay with our first panel between environmental and social needs and objectives and opportunities. And my question within that framework, and of course there's real track record also, what I love about some of your examples, there's real track record here, which gives investors confidence that they can participate as things grow. With COVID, and we know all of us are suffering through COVID, in the Indian market, what the trends that you described, because there was that quite robust raising of capital in the first part of 2020, have you seen any major pause or interruption, I would say, of some of the trends you're talking about, or no? Are we kind of able to navigate through COVID because people are seeing the need and the opportunity in things like healthcare and financial services? How would you describe the impact of COVID?
There has been, that's a fantastic question. So, some of the sectors are definitely in fact, they're getting more limelight like healthcare, as I mentioned. But from an international investor point of view, I think it is time that there is more engagement with the fund managers and portfolios to understand what exactly, if there is a flexible finance or an extra pool of capital, especially during these times, is required. So I think, that might be a good idea. But I think we are on track. Yeah.
Super, super. Neha, we're going to circle back to you, but I'm going to move on for the moment to James. And thank you for those great comments. So James, impact management keeps coming up in every conversation because obviously we're talking about impact. How are we managing and measuring the impact results of these investment activities? You're right at the heart of this with the impact management project. So give us a sense of what's happening. I alluded to a convergence around standards as a real momentum builder for the investment activity, but give us a sense from your vantage point on what's happening with impact management.
Thanks, Laurie. So first, I'd like to start just by saying happy birthday to the Institute. What a wonderful milestone. So delighted to be part of the discussion today. So on the question of convergence of impact standards, I'm almost like to start maybe a step before that and talk a little bit about convergence, about some key concepts before then coming on to standards. So
excellent, thank you.
Familiar with the IMP. We're a forum that brings together people to build consensus on how to measure, manage and report impacts on sustainability. And between 2016 to 2018, we conducted a very public conversation in which we brought together people from a range of disciplines to see if there's any agreement on some of these key concepts that should underpin any impact management. And I definitely don't have time to go into the detail here, but one of the main outputs of the conversation, and something that many people agreed with, was that impact management is not some special kind of asset class. Actually, it's a mindset and it's an approach that can be applied across all investments. In other words, all investments are having an impact, whether you acknowledge it or not. And that impact can be positive and it can be negative. And what matters is the degree to which you are managing it to reduce the negative and increase the positive. And through our conversations, the market developed a categorization of the spectrum of impact, which we divided into 3 buckets of A, B, and C. And in other words, is the underlying asset A, acting to avoid harm, so reducing negative outcomes, B, benefiting stakeholders, so maintaining positive outcomes for those already experiencing them, or C, contributing to solutions to social and environmental problems, just generating new positive outcomes for those previously not experiencing them. And since developing that concept, we've seen numerous investors, different types, take that forward both at the individual fund level all the way up to multi-asset class owner, as a way of communicating impact across the investment value chain. Now, I said I'd come to standards. What's important to recognize is that the IMP isn't a standard setter. We work closely with standard setters, one of which is the UNDP. And what's so encouraging is that we have seen the UNDP take forward that concept of the ABC and build it into their SDG impact standards. I'm looking across the Rosemary here as well, because I know she's playing a key role in helping develop those standards. But what you'll see in those standards is this crucial role that social and ecological thresholds play in determining whether something is positive or whether it's negative, meaning if an outcome is below a threshold trending towards it, then we're A, acting to avoid harm. If it's above the threshold for a positive outcome, then we're benefiting stakeholders. And now that notion of the threshold, which is so central to the ABC, is also showing up in regulation as well. So the EU taxonomy for sustainable activities outlines those performance thresholds for a range of economic activities. If the threshold's met, then it's considered sustainable. If it's not, then it's considered unsustainable. So different labels, yes, but what's important to recognize here is that we're seeing consistency in some of these core concepts across standards. And I think that is really encouraging in terms of better decision making for investors. And Laurie, I use that term investors in the broadest sense, because funds and fund managers, yes, but also you or me or anyone else that's doing some kind of investing through their savings. It's standards that are helping us move towards consistency in knowing whether something is good for the world and whether it's not. And we all have an interest in that.
I love that point, James. That's so right. Accessible consistency is what I'm taking away from your remarks and the work, of course, of the Impact Management Project. And we're delighted at the Institute to be an ally in the work that you're doing. And what I love that you broke it down for us into the kind of the analytical components. You don't get to standards unless you've earned your way there. And so the framework that you've talked about, the spectrum of impact, is fundamental to getting to the level of standards. But I do think it's about accessible consistency. And listening to the comments from the day, starting with Sarah and then Mark Carney and the earlier panel. I mean, this allows us, as you say, to make informed decisions, for informed choices, but also to understand where capital is not flowing. Because I think with all of the excitement, and we certainly want to embrace the excitement and the momentum around impact investing, I think the conversations that we want to make sure we're having are also the transparent conversations about where that capital really is flowing and where it's not flowing and what is happening. And I think your work is so fundamental to enable us to have that conversation. So thank you for that. And we're going to circle back again, James, to you. But I want to ask Rosemary, whose name has come up several times already, as the person with this extraordinary global perspective on what's happening, the history, the trends, the arc, and specifically the actors who are now very vibrantly part of our community. And so Rosemary, I really want to turn to you to give us your thoughts on the recent trends from the perspective of the players who are around our community of impact investing.
Thanks, Laurie. And I am going to depart a little bit from some of the technical conversation, the conversation about products and markets, to talk a little bit around when we talk about the actors, giving it a context. And I think what's important, and it's really highlighted by what James was talking about, is that we're seeing more people come on to the pathways forward that acknowledge that everything we do has an impact, and we want to see more of that impact be positive and less of it be detrimental. And we need to see more positive contributions that are sustainable for people on the planet. And there'll be lots of paths forward, but we need to agree that's the direction of travel. And it's stunning to see that we had been backsliding in relation to the SDGs, and what's happened through COVID and some of the extreme climate events we've been seeing is how quickly we can slip. And that should be the equivalent to us of a big wrong way turn back sign that keeps us very focused on these paths forward. And we've seen also how quickly we can adapt. Our perceptions of what is a good investment used to include tourism businesses seem to be, have infrastructure and reliable revenue streams and lots of things that we like in investments, and have been severely affected. And I'm being a little bit glib, but I think it's important to the point. We've also seen people quickly take up telehealth and other things. And I want to touch on a couple of things that we're seeing in the markets that don't come up in the context of individual transactions, but do speak to the movement in markets. A lot of impact investment has grown up through private markets, in some cases, perhaps more in the UK, for example, with some input from government and policy settings. But we're seeing for the first time much more activity in the public markets, both in terms of equities, but also the bond markets. And what's significant about that is that it takes us potentially more quickly to scale, as long as we are paying attention to the things that you were talking about, of making sure that money is actually going to things that will take us forward in a positive direction and reduce the harms. In those bond markets, we're seeing governments be more active, and as we heard in the last panel, linked to some of the social outcomes. What's important there is it's also creating pathways for governments and even some of the middle-income countries and lower-income countries to enter these markets and build confidence, because they're linking the capital to advancing the Sustainable Development Goals, and Mexico is a recent example of that. And we're seeing institutional investors not only mobilise with their capital, but with their signalling power. And I think this is a really important point about activating the whole value chain. And so the group, for example, initiated by the Japanese pension fund, GIPF, which started to speak to markets in a way that was really quite different, saying, if you're looking just at your organisational revenue streams and not at the impacts that you have on other stakeholders, then you're not attractive investments for us. This is a real shift in the interactions. And as we've heard, we've seen the accounting and other standard setters really start to mobilise. And in the context of a pandemic where people have become much more conscious of the social and environmental impacts around them, and much more connected in some ways to their thinking around that, we're also seeing some shifts in norms. Rio Tinto which was an organisation that prided itself on its engagement with community, was not only criticised, but it was the investors who really took up the charge of saying it was not okay that you blew up a mine site, or sorry, a cultural site that had 46,000 years of history to it, to build a new mine, even though that stacked up financially. And I think what this is showing us is that, you know, economists have been telling us for some time that we've misaligned the social, environmental, and the economic, and whether your cup of tea is Michael Porter or Joseph Stiglitz or Mariana Mazzucato, they're all fundamentally saying that we need to address this. And in areas like climate change, where the risks are really quite existential, there's a clear and growing appreciation of the financial impacts of that, but also that this is systemic and that it will have real implications for investors and for value creation. But what we've seen this year is that that has such a human face too, that interaction has a face of people who've lost their jobs or who are getting ill, or health systems that are failing, scars on the landscapes, whole corridors of wildlife that are in danger. And that brings an urgency to it. We've passed the 1 degree threshold. We cannot come back from that now. All we can do is stop making it worse and try to transition and rebuild. And if we allow investments that are not paying attention to that to continue, if we're not finding pathways forward, we end up not just with stranded assets, but with jobs and communities lost. We end up with spillover effects of domestic violence, of mental health issues, as well as significant effects in our environment. So I think there's a lot we can do to help drive greater alignment around this. And James has mentioned some of the points. The SDGs are such a powerful tool to point us to where the action is needed and to help us address that holistic, much more integrated approach. And we won't achieve that, though, if we see SDG alignment as classifying activities differently, or a few additional things that we're doing, which may be very valuable, but just aren't actually shifting us closer to where we need to go. And so paying close attention to some of that, and as James was saying, bringing the people who understand the need much more into the conversation as well is going to be really key. And that will help us keep to that true north on the path forward.
I think that is such a great point to conclude your initial remarks with, Rosemary, because I think oftentimes in these conversations, we somehow separate out the supply side of the equation, the capital, from what we're solving for, the demand side of the equation. And ultimately, as impact investing community, we want to make sure that we are responsive to the real needs of people, of planet. And so I think your articulation of that is fantastic and a great reminder. So thank you for that. We're going to go to Q&A. We've got a number of questions in the chat room, and I'm going to turn to David in a minute. But the first one, there's a theme that keeps coming up, is people are saying, look, you're all helping me see that there is a growing and vibrant opportunity set globally that's also linked to some of the things that I care about in my home market. So how do I pursue it? What's a concrete action? Like, how can I get going from each of your vantage points? What would be a suggestion you would make, recognizing that the people who are listening today, we're a diverse community. We're not all institutional investors, we're not all individual investors, but we care about impact investing. So maybe Jaco, if I could start with you, what would be a concrete action I could do to get started? Oh, I think we lost Jaco for a second. Neha, I'm going to go to you. So same question, especially in your context in India. What could I do, thinking about some of the constraints I'm going to have on risk return liquidity, but what could I do to pursue something in India?
Okay, I think Jaco is back. Do you still want to go first?
Oh, you go ahead. You go ahead, Neha. You go ahead, and then Jaco can follow you.
Okay, all right. Sorry, so for the last 30 seconds, Laurie, your voice was not very clear. I'm so sorry about that.
Just a concrete action a concrete action an investor can take in looking at opportunities in India.
Okay, all right. So yeah, that's a great question, and I think it's time that we, the international investors do something differently while investing in India or, the emerging markets. And I'm going to relate this to your earlier question as well. How the sectors, different sectors are being affected during COVID, and how international investors can come together to address that issue. So, having worked at an industry body for nearly 7 years now, I think, and having immense number of interactions with the investors, what I feel is that they do have an obligation to be engaged with their fund managers and portfolios, as I was saying earlier. So, extra pool of capital, over communication with their fund managers, to mobilize help, provide short-term working capital for more flexibility might be a great idea. And lastly, and not because I'm a part of an industry body, I would strongly love to see more interactivities and knowledge exchange series between the international investors and a catalyst, probably an Indian industry body, essentially to fill the gaps.
Great. Three really tangible suggestions. Love that. Reach out more deliberately to fund managers on the ground who have the market proximity and knowledge. Think about other instruments, short-term liquidity. We need that. I mean, we all need that everywhere, but certainly in India, you're seeing that. And then the knowledge exchange series, I can certainly assure you this is an area where the Institute will be active, and in the coming, we already have been, but this is an area where we'll continue to be active. So thank you for that. I look forward. Jaco, over to you. Concrete action that someone can take now, recognizing some of the tolerances and constraints they might have.
Yeah, no, I think if we talk about concrete action, we have to realize that different players may have different angles to look at our sector and may have different entry points. And so if we look back, then some of the early movers were often individuals, high net worth individuals, foundations, family offices that one could say had an impact first type of approach, but at the same time also wanted to have a decent financial return. What we see nowadays is that institutional investors, gatekeepers, at the banks are also becoming really interested because what they see is that there are nowadays quite a number of strategies that have a track record that they can actually assess. What they see is that those track records show a risk return profile where the risk is lower than that perceived risk they had that I talked about earlier. What they also see that if they look at it as part of a portfolio, that it actually adds value because most of the impact investments have a very low or even negative correlation to listed equity and to bonds. So if you summarize, I think it depends a bit where you stand and what type of investor you are, or if you're an advisor, what type of client you have. Some come more from the impact side, some come more from the diversification risk return side, but we see that in both segments, there is increased interest in our sector.
I think it's fantastic, and it picks up on how Mark Carney framed the conversation at the beginning, right? He was speaking through the lens of finance first investors who are seeking impact. And what you're saying is no matter where you are, whether you're impact first, finance first, or however you even articulate it in your own thinking, there's a place for you to jump in. So it's no longer you have to wait for something. There's actually a full range of opportunities along both the spectrum of capital and the spectrum of impact that can accommodate your starting point. But I think implicit in what you're saying, Jaco, and this has been my experience, is that your starting point will not be your stopping point. And once you get started, it's an and, not an or. And you tend, and Rosemary, you alluded to this as well. So I think your invitation to get going is a great one. So thank you for that. I'm anxious, James and Rosemary, I'm going to go ask David for questions coming out of the Q&A, just so we get to a couple of those, and I might ask you to take the first ones that come. So David, what are we hearing from the Q&A?
Some couple excellent questions in the Q&A. Thanks, Laurie, and thanks to all who have asked. I think one that I know Rosemary is very interested in that I think would be great is a question relating to gender smart investing and how you can apply a diversity lens in your work and in your investment decisions.
Thanks, David, and thanks, Laurie. And thank you for the question, because I think it's a really important one that, first of all, recognises that not all of the effects are evenly spread, and that it helps us to put different groups in frame. There's some great tools around in terms of a gender lens on investing, those that have been developed by CEF working across the globe, those that have been developed by the Criterion Institute, and the dimensions of it, I think, are important because a lot of the conversation about gender investing goes almost immediately to kind of women-led enterprises, and I think it's important to look at the whole picture of the things that help to improve the outcomes for women and girls and in where they sit in the family structure. So understand the context, particularly relevant to where it is that you're investing, the types of investments that you're making, and take a holistic view about the things that will matter for the outcomes for women and girls.
I think that's so good. Thinking about women across the whole value chain, from consumers to employers to the entrepreneurs, I mean, all the way through. I think that's a fantastic reminder, Rosemary. David, another question from the Q&A?
Yes, maybe one that is actually directed at the IMP and James. A question particularly on some of the most interesting markets you've noticed have been adopting increasingly converging impact management standards. And I suppose a sort of associated question with that is how, from the perspective of an investor, you can take advantage of this ongoing convergence, and also perhaps it might be useful to flag some resources that might be useful in terms of navigating the impact management landscape.
Great, thanks, David. Yeah, so I mean, on the question of kind of the geographic spread of the IMP, I mean, obviously, because of the genesis and where we started based in the UK, like we're very, we've had a lot of interest in Europe, but really over the years since we ran those consensus building exercises, we get inbound contact from all over the globe of investors that are interested in joining this conversation on a shared understanding of impact, and are just taking it upon themselves to incorporate this way of thinking into their investing. So, you know, the US, Asia, African continent, really it's all over. In terms of the second part of your question, so I mean, the first thing I'd say that if you're an investor that is new to impact measurement and management, I really recommend not starting from scratch with your impact management approach. I mean, yes, the industry is young in the big scheme of things, but at the same time, so much work and thought has gone into many of the resources that are available. You know, and I think there can possibly be a perception sometimes that adhering to a standard is sort of by default, I don't know, boring or burdensome. But I think that's the wrong way of framing things. Like, standards are developed by drawing on this weight of experience that surfaces best practices. And so using a standard should ultimately save you time and prevent you from making mistakes that others have made before you. So in terms of navigating to useful resources, I mean, through the IMP website, you can find information on the IMP structured network members. And these are 16 standard settings organizations that we work with who are putting great time and effort into articulating how their standards fit together and can be used in a complementary way. And you know, together they cover this full range of enterprises and investors. And we're working with these organizations on a deliverable that will describe this in detail to be released next year. But in the meantime, you can find links to each of their content through the structured network page. And then I guess the second thing I want to emphasize is that standard setting it's a dynamic process, and nowhere is this truer than in standards for sustainability. So like, they're evolving all the time as we learn and grow, and the best way to make sure that standards are fit for purpose, of course, is to engage with them. So if there are practitioners on the line, my concrete action is to test standards out and provide feedback. As a practical example, you know, I know the UNDP have consultations currently open on their standards, but even if you're not a direct user of standards, if you have investments, if you have a pension, challenge your investment manager to how they're working to adopt best practices as they're developed. You know, we've heard today that we're facing global problems and we're not going to solve them if we turn inwards and take our own approach. Like, collaboration is key. So join the conversation, work with standard setters, and, you know, let's get the job done.
I think it's great, James, as a reminder that these are not static, they are dynamic, but also a reminder, you don't have to start from scratch. So I think that those are two really important references. And I think your point about that these are alive and we're engaging with these standards is that it really is a global engagement. I mean, you've been the anchor convener of those global interactions, but we don't have separate standards for India as we do for Africa, or countries in Africa, or countries in the EU. And I think that's so powerful as we think about what does connect us in these considerations, and also the comparability of our experiences. So thanks for that reminder. David, I think we have time for one more question before I'm going to do a wrap up with the panelists.
Yeah, I think there's a very interesting question here, which is basically to get the perspective of the panelists on how we can ensure that impact investing becomes the new normal, and that it is traditional investing, or I suppose financial first investing, that becomes abnormal, recognizing its potential negative impact on people and planet. And so what's the next big step that we should take to ensure this transition for impact investing?
Great question. Great question. Jaco, let's start with you.
Well, I think when you look at all of the assets globally, then unfortunately most of the assets are still almost not screened. And there is a sort of a range from there all the way to pure play impact investing. In the middle, we have some negative screening, ESG integration, and positive screening. So I think it is important that in each of these buckets, at least investors take one step up the range. We cannot we cannot even dream of people going all the way from the left to the right in one step. But if everybody moves up that ladder, and that is actually happening, we've seen this year, even though it's COVID year, that ESG and impact investing continue to grow, whereas mainstream was suffering from the crisis more. So that should be, I think, a reminder that this is a trend that is continuing also in COVID times.
That's fantastic. So take that first step. ESG can be a very basic first step to make sure you're at least on the A of the ABCs in the spectrum of impact. Fantastic. Neha?
Yeah, this is a fantastic question. Representing investors on this platform, because we are a group of investors at the end of the day, I think what lacks is the availability of data in the market, the lack of knowledge, the lack of exit data, the lack of the social enterprises capturing their impact measurement data. So I think if we can, as an industry, come together and solve that issue, I mean, even if it's through reports or, being a little more open or, about your exits, that'll be fantastic. And I think that is the need of the hour at this time.
I think that's a great point, because as you say, investment capital has a return trip associated with it. Absolutely. And let's understand what that return trip is. And what I find in my work is that investors care most about how does it come back, in addition to what's the return of that capital or return on the capital. Let me get it back first, and then I can think about the multiplier effect of the capital. Very good reminder, Neha. Thank you for that. James, how do we get to the new normal?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I guess from where I sit, I think one of the main things and one of the most exciting things is like regulatory movements around all of this. We've got the EU consulting on their non-financial reporting directive. We've got the IFRS, which is consulting on their role in sustainability standards, and IOSCO, the group of securities regulators. They're all joining this conversation, and lots of moving parts, but we're seeing it play out over the course of this year. And I think there's going to be some really significant changes that really bring consideration of sustainability into the mainstream.
A terrific reminder of the power of regulation, and that actually that's a real lever that government has. And as we're all experiencing, government revenue is certainly under constraint. There was a question in the earlier panel about the reduction of the aid budget here in the UK that was announced yesterday. But the government policy lever, the regulatory lever, is one that doesn't necessarily kind of pull back when we have a revenue constraint. So I think it's a real reminder of the power of that, James. I think it's a great point. Thank you. And hopefully with COP26, we're continuing to move in that direction. It's great. Rosemary, how do we get to the new normal?
So it's going to be a mix of carrots and sticks, and James has very diplomatically given us one of the sticks. So I'll give you one of the carrots. I think is that most actors in the market have more demand power than they think. and utilizing that we get into cycles of nobody's offering because nobody's asking, and nobody's asking because nobody's offering. Start using your place in the value chain to create demand, and the market will respond.
Oh, that is such a powerful invitation. You're completely right. It came up in the pension conversation. My money is in a pension, and I should express my voice and demand where that money is being invested. The Make My Money Matter campaign that was referenced earlier, and others. So no matter who we are, it's not just expecting institutions to do the right thing or to be pushed to do the right thing by regulation, but we as individuals have voice and power here. I think that's a great reminder, Rosemary. So I want to segue to our wrap-up question that I want to ask each of you. And Rosemary, I'm going to start with you this time and then go back the other way. And my question is that if we're reconvening a year from now, so it's the 2nd anniversary of the Institute, we're all together again, what do you want to be able to say about what has transpired in the coming year?
I want to be able to say that we look back and this is when impact was firmly put on the agenda. And that ranges from people learning their ABCs that James told us about. We should all know our ABCs of impact, and to leaders really setting clear signals that impact matters and starting to link it to purpose and strategy and the way they drive organisational culture and activity. And that means we start seeing people bringing impact into the boardroom, into decision-making bodies, because it won't fully be on the agenda and integrated until it's also incorporated in the decision-making.
Fantastic, clear, bold, consistent signals, and an invitation for leadership. Also, that's what you're really saying, reminding us, Rosemary. Fantastic. James, to you. A year from now, what do you want to be able to say?
For me, governments, business, investors come together. We've been able to vaccinate the world, beat coronavirus, and we have the momentum for the kind of global collaboration we need to beat and tackle climate change.
Fantastic. Talk about bold. I love that. Fantastic. Thank you. Neha?
Yeah, so I agree with James. I would love a corona-free world to start with. And but representing emerging markets, I think it might be a great idea to have a brand around, a narrative around the emerging markets. And for example, if India could be, the problem solver for the global stakeholders, and the other emerging markets, if we could create a brand around us, a narrative, it might take us a long way. So that's where I want to see us, India, going 1 year from now.
Terrific. And hopefully we will be in person when we have that reunion event. And Jaco, to you.
Yeah, no, of course, I agree with a lot of things that have been said, but I mean, investors, they vote with their money. So the first thing I want to see in 1 year from now is to see that impact investing has really grown tremendously. We do see nowadays that every second fund that is launched is an impact or sustainable fund. I have all the faith in the investors that they will be able to distinguish between impact washing and real impact. And I think, given that I'm the last one to speak now, we should also look a little bit further and indeed make impact investing mainstream. May take a bit longer than 1 year.
Right.
Well, we'll keep coming back, Jaco, but I like that. You're right. We have a near-term objective and then a longer-term objective. But you're so right that actually at the end of the day, people's intent is translated into their actions. And we have to look through the lens of the actions. And that's certainly what all of you are about. It's certainly what the Institute is about. And I want to thank you all for sharing your perspectives and your contributions and making this conversation so interesting for all of us. Many of the references that were made in studies will be available on the Institute's website. I'd encourage people who are listening today to visit the Institute's website. It's updated regularly. Also, as Neha invited, there are a number of knowledge exchange events in the upcoming months. So we would encourage you to join us and participate there. And I just, from my point of view, I just want to close with picking up what Mark Carney said. I was really interested when he said that impact investing from his vantage point was one of the bright spots in 2020. I thought that was a really interesting observation. And I think all of us, we have both an invitation, but I would say a real obligation to make sure we remain a bright spot and a larger, bigger bright spot in 2021 as we come out of COVID, and that we don't resort back to what was before, but that this is a moment where impact pursuits, impact capital can really make a material difference in what the world looks like and how we live in the world from a social and environment point of view. So I want to thank all of you. They've enjoyed the conversation very much. And I'm now, for all of those of us online here, we have another one of our social spotlights with a great organization, Karkhana in Nepal. So we're going to all enjoy that social spotlight. But thank you all for joining this Global Perspectives conversation.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Laurie. Thank you.
I am currently CEO of Karkhana, but I'm also involved with Nepalese Young Entrepreneurs Forum as an executive member. Karkhana is a social enterprise that designs learning experiences for young children. These young children are generally from 8 to 15 years old. And we generally design learning experiences around science, technology, computing, topics like robotics, coding. We try to make learning a bit more interactive, engaging, and fun, so that the learning process is much more impactful. That's what Karkhana does here in Nepal. We also help schools adopt this kind of methodology. We call it Karkhana like philosophy in terms of using it to transform components of their teaching learning process. We also help teachers adopt the learning experiences we have designed, the kit, the lesson plans, the methodology we have designed. As human beings, we need to take care of the place that we get born in, we grow. I think it's a very high time that we take care of the society. And I think the next goal should be focused around in ideas like empathy, happiness, collaboration. And I think impact investment is a wonderful tool where the businesses and the entrepreneurs are encouraged to make social changes, impacts, as much as we are focusing on creating sustainable businesses, sustainable employment opportunities for people. I think that all the investments have to be impact investments, because what's the purpose of money if we can't make our lives better? And I think the best way to make our lives better is by being happy and being empathetic with the people around us.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for having me. It's great to be here at this anniversary event. Thank you to Dame Elizabeth Corley and to Sarah, both of whom I've enjoyed speaking to over recent days. But I just wanted to make a few remarks. First of all, congratulate the Institute and all of you for everything you've achieved in your first 12 months. But also just to make 3 quick remarks before I hand over to the Minister to speak in more detail. I wanted to make 3 points. The first of which is just to represent the Prime Minister's passion about the ESG agenda, and specifically the work that we're all now doing to combat climate change. You'll have seen his 10-point plan he launched several days ago. And this, of course, comes at a time when we are working towards hosting COP next November, which is a tremendous honour for the UK, and as an opportunity for global diplomacy and for global solidarity and working against climate change. Obviously, the recent election of President Biden has injected tremendous energy into this event. But it's also an opportunity from our point of view and from the Prime Minister's point of view to showcase the UK's leadership and the extraordinary ecosystem we have around sustainability, and whether it's ESG regulation being written in London to wind turbine manufacture soon to take place in the Northeast, the production, we hope, of sustainable aviation fuels. There's just so much going on. And you may have noticed that Andrew Griffith, MP, has recently been appointed the UK's net zero business champion to work with business to pursue this agenda. Second point, in the Prime Minister's 10-point plan, you'll have seen that there was a strong focus on green finance. And frankly, this government wants London to be the engine for building back greener, both in the UK and around the world. A previous speaker, Mark Carney, has clearly played a very important leadership role, both in the UK and around the world, on this subject. And I heard him speak recently at the Global Horizons Summit, which was a fantastically strong event co-organised by the Corporation of London and the Green Finance Institute, two organisations I know you work closely with, and are good examples of this ecosystem that you're all a leading part of. And at that summit, the Chancellor announced the UK's first green gilt. And I think expect more of this, and more of this this lead from government, and this leaning in from government to working with the private sector to unlock sustainable finance and to progress this agenda. There's a real culture change across government, and an embrace of this sustainable agenda, which is wholehearted, and Minister Opperman, I'm sure we'll talk a bit more about it in vis-a-vis pensions shortly. My final point is that the PM also framed the 10-point plan as part of a green industrial revolution. And I think that we all know, and what's so exciting about this programme is it's not just about transitioning to a more sustainable economic model. It's also about creating new jobs, new skills, new prosperity in parts of the UK that have felt left behind over recent decades. So we also see it as absolutely integral to the levelling up agenda. And of course, this levelling up agenda can only be enabled by impact investment and by the city and by the financial services community. So we feel that this, there is a UK economic ecosystem that's very, very closely interconnected, and there's a clear link between what is happening at this kind of event and what will be enabled over the coming years in terms of helping to level up other parts of the UK. This is also a uniquely unifying mission, I think, that pulls everyone together, and that is also makes it extremely attractive. And my last point is from a UK government point of view, there's also a very strong commitment to nature restoration as part of this. Again, another part of the Prime Minister's 10-point plan, and many businesses are coming forward to sponsor ongoing programs of nature restoration. Severn Trent, I know, made some announcements today, and I think that that's again a very bright spot, as a previous speaker mentioned, in terms of this isn't the byproducts of this impact investment will be highly visible. They will literally improve our landscapes, and they're profound in that way for our mental well-being, for our sense of place. And so there is a rich human dividend in this, and so I think it's a fantastic example of the power of impact investment. Thank you.
Hello and welcome. I'm delighted to address you as part of the Institute's one-year anniversary celebration. The world in which we find ourselves today is very different from that which we might have imagined 12 months ago. In December last year, I was formulating the start of proposals to require pension trustees to report against the TCFD recommendations. I felt it was time for occupational pension schemes to take more decisive action on climate change, which is undoubtedly the major challenge of our time. The COVID-19 pandemic has not altered my view on this. Climate change remains a severe threat to our planet, to our way of life, and to the financial system. The pandemic has reminded all of us of the importance of stability in the financial and investment sector. I therefore welcome the work the Impact Investing Institute has done since its inception to drive discussion about the role the financial sector plays in society. I commend the work done to bring together investors, businesses, social enterprises, and policymakers to think about what this role should be in the 21st century. It is long overdue. I also hope the Institute is encouraged by the government's recent announcement of a green sovereign bond, which I know is something that many of you pitched for. This is a significant step forward for the UK, and it provides a real opportunity for pension schemes, many of which have a real appetite for such a green bond. And I set out my thoughts on this last Sunday in the Sunday Times. In 2019, I brought forward the changes to the regulations governing pension schemes investment. These made it absolutely clear that they should have policies on environmental, social, and governance risks and opportunities, and on stewardship. This year, we have sought to introduce climate-related governance and disclosure requirements. It is time to move beyond the uncertainty of whether or not something is ESG, that is financially material, and which therefore trustees should care about. Now is the time, I believe, to act. I don't deny that there have been challenges. However, the law has been clarified by the Law Commission and the Department for Work and Pensions. Trustees should take into account financially material ESG factors. What these factors are and whether or not they are financially material to a particular investment is a matter for the trustees to judge based on appropriate advice. Where trustees are looking at non-financially material factors, such as those relating to quality of life, there is still scope to take these into account, I should say, if they meet the Law Commission's two-part test. I don't want to diminish the concerns that some trustees have raised about this area, but I take an approach that recognizes that if we fail to act on climate change and ESG, we will face greater and insurmountable challenges. Trustees, therefore, in my opinion, need to recognize the great opportunities posed by the low carbon transition. For example, I recently visited Logan Energy in East Lothian, a business specializing in designing, installation, and commissioning of hydrogen technologies. I saw firsthand the potential for green hydrogen. I've also looked at other examples, whether it's new nuclear or whether there are opportunities for large-scale solar and wind. I've done significant work, I believe, looking at the barriers to investing in illiquid investments and thinking about how these can be removed. This is all about schemes looking for opportunity and providing you with that opportunity and enabling it to happen. However, as we reflect on the first anniversary of the Institute, I also want to raise a couple of challenges in the spirit of constructively striking to improve the investment sector. Firstly, it is critical to show that the particular investments which are being increasingly labelled as impact investments are right for pension schemes. They need to demonstrate the types of consistency and returns that are needed. Secondly, we need to be alert to greenwashing and to the issue of companies labelling their activities as green or with impact, when in fact it's largely business as usual. I think we need to be very disciplined in what is labelled as impact and in understanding what is under the bonnet of these investments. I encourage the Institute to do further work in this area, and I look forward to working with you on that particular point. I know that the Institute also encourages pension schemes to use their voice as shareholders and to think about the longer term ESG factors that may undermine a company's stability and prosperity. This is an area of increasing importance and interest to me. Many of the most severe challenges that we will face in the next decade are systemic in nature, like climate change. They will not be solved by limiting investment in one area or driving investment in another. Instead, we need a transition across the whole economy, and pension schemes can play their role in facilitating this through how they allocate capital and how they engage with and then have stewardship of that capital. I see this as an opportunity. We've seen this year how investor action with companies like BP has pushed them from being an oil and gas company into being an energy company. Finally, I want to reflect on how this area of work ties in with the other work I'm leading on as Minister for Pensions and Financial Inclusion. Pension funds are not just investors. They are guardians of other people's money. This is the key to their fiduciary role. In that role, they can't make reckless decisions or take unnecessary risks, which is why it's important that a careful and robust legal framework is in place in respect of things like ESG factors. Savers deserve clear communication, better transparency. That is why I've sought to improve the experience people have of their pensions, whether that's through the work on the pensions dashboard and simpler statements. This is part of my work to build a safer, better, greener pension. I wish the Impact Investing Institute well in its future work, and I hope you continue to support what we are doing at DWP. Thanks very much.
People used to think the Earth is flat. We now know that's a myth. But did you know that you can't actually see the Great Wall of China from space, or that Columbus never set foot in North America? There are plenty of other myths that still need to be debunked. Like the myth that impact investing means sacrificing financial returns. The truth is, impact investments look to generate positive, measurable social and environmental impact alongside a financial return. So how does this fit with pension trustees' fiduciary duties? The purpose of a pension scheme is to provide pensions for members, but this does not mean focusing only on maximizing financial returns. Trustees invest in all sorts of things for all sorts of different reasons. They might hold cash to manage liquidity or bonds to match liabilities. An investment in social housing could help diversify a portfolio, provide a steady stream of income, and reduce volatility. It could also have a positive social impact. 20 years ago, avoiding investments in fossil fuels might have looked like an ethical decision. Nowadays, it is a financial decision. The world needs to adapt to a carbon-neutral economy because of the negative environmental and social impacts of fossil fuels. Investments in fossil fuels therefore hold significant financial risks. But there are investment opportunities in this transition too. Pension trustees can make investments that have a positive impact, like renewable energy. Did you know that buying shares in a company was considered imprudent until as recently as the mid-20th century? It's hard to believe now, but rules limited pension trustees to making safe investments, like government bonds and mortgages. The understanding of prudence continues to change in step with societal norms and knowledge. Pension schemes are starting to go tobacco-free across their investments. This is a prudent response to the global change in social attitudes towards the tobacco industry. Countries are managing their negative social impacts by using regulation. That's why pension schemes like the University Superannuation Scheme and Nest believe that tobacco is a poor long-term investment for their millions of members. Fiduciary duties are actually an evolving body of duties. And are those duties a barrier to impact investing? No. Pension trustees can in fact use positive environmental and social impacts as an additional rationale for choosing investments that they believe will deliver financial value. To learn more, visit www.impactinvest.org.uk.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this panel session, which we've called The Power of Pensions, How Pension Funds Can Invest with Impact. I'm Jamie Broderick, and I'm a director at the Impact Investing Institute. My professional background is as the business head of UBS Wealth Management UK and JP Morgan Asset Management Europe. It's interesting, the video you just saw is a great intro to our session. You heard it touch on a number of topics that I think will come up in this discussion. But I'm thinking in particular of the myth that impact investing implies a sacrifice of returns, which is something Mark Carney and others have touched on. We also heard it talk about the need to invest in a transitional world, one that challenges some of our historic beliefs and practices, including our understanding of investment risk and where we find opportunities for return. And given that there was a shout out to Nest Pension Fund in the video, let's move on to introduce our panelists who include Nest. So I'm really pleased to welcome three people that have very special insights into pension funds, the investments that they make, and the significance of those investments to society and to the beneficiaries of the pension funds, which is to say, the members themselves. So they are Diandra Subia, Head of Responsible Investment at Nest, the largest DC pension scheme in the UK at 8 million members. Debbie Fielder, Deputy Head of Clwyd Pension Fund, the £2 billion local government pension scheme Vest in Flintshire. And Emily Bellow, founder of digital platform VestPod, which seeks to financially empower women. She's also author of the Amazon bestseller, You're Not Broke, You're Pre-Rich. We're going to start with a discussion with our panelists, then we'll move to your questions, always one of the best parts of these discussions. So as in the previous sessions, please type directly in the Q&A feature at the bottom of your window. Don't wait until the end, just as you think of questions. And even if you don't have a question of your own, take a look at the Q&A box because you can upvote other people's questions. So let's start by having each of the panelists give a brief description of themselves and their organizations. And Diandra, can we start with you?
Yeah, sure. Hi, Jamie. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, I was just trying to adjust the camera there. So yeah, thank you for inviting me to speak today. So I'm Diandra Subaya, Head of Responsible Investment at Nest. And for those people who don't know, Nest is a UK defined contribution pension scheme set up by government for auto-enrolment that came into effect in 2012 now. And since that time, Nest has grown to become the biggest scheme in the country by membership. We've got almost 10 million members saving with us, and we've got 14 billion pounds of assets under management currently, but we are growing exponentially. We're set to be at about 100 billion by the end of the next decade. And perhaps more importantly, 1/3 of the working population is expected to have an account with Nest by the end of the next decade. So it's a huge responsibility for us there.
Thanks, Diandra. And when I introduce you, obviously, I can't keep up with your exponential growth. So you really are quite a substantial presence in the market. Debbie, can we go to you?
Hi, yeah, thank you, everybody. I'd just like to say as well, I've been here for the whole morning and I found it really, really interesting. As you said, I'm the Deputy Head of the Clwyd Pension Fund based in North Wales, defined benefit local government pension scheme. I've got no RI team, just me and a couple of small members. So it's a tiny part of my role. I don't pretend to be an expert in this area, but we are a very diversified pension fund. We've got only 20% in equities. We've got just under 50,000 members, and we've got 27% in private markets, which is where we focus our area of investment. And given the low allocation to equities, we concentrated on that area because that's where we thought we could make a difference. We've actually been investing in, apologies, my dogs have been going nuts this morning. We've been investing in impacts, and we've been investing in impact since 2007, not intentionally, but when I've looked back at our portfolio, that's how long we've actually been investing in it. We've got 18 investments within the space, 12 managers. We've committed over 116 million across both private equity, property, infrastructure, and private debt. The funds that we've invested in those areas range from 25 million sterling to €1 billion. So we can be a small player in the market, or we can be part of a small fund. But when we did an analysis of our fund, we found that we had a lot more exposure within other managers to impact projects. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Debbie. Emily?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. So I'm Emily Bellet. I'm the founder of a digital platform called Vestpod. And my personal mission is to empower women financially. I think you're all conscious of the gender gap, the gender pension gap. So it's really helping women understand the choices they have. My background is actually in private equity, in investment, and I also set up a few businesses. But I realized I wasn't actually managing my own finances because it's quite hard to find the resources to do so. So I'll tell you more about my story, how we help women. We organize workshops, classes, conferences for women to learn about, pensions, ISA, how to grow wealth, how to earn more. This is really important. And I'm also the author of You're Not Broke, You're Pre-Rich. So it was, quite a journey from working for Lehman Brothers in 2008 to now trying to educate people financially.
Great, thank you, Emily. So to move on to my first question, I was really pleased to hear Guy Opperman, the pensions minister, in his presentation just preceded this, put so much focus on pension numbers. That's what this is really all about. He said pension funds are not just investors, they are guardians of other people's money. And he made the point that pension members deserve clearer communication, better transparency. So it's great to have the pensions minister recognizing that central, that fundamental role that members play, but actually most members don't know much about their pensions, either because they're DB, they're defined benefit schemes, or they're defined contribution auto-enrollment schemes, which can create a kind of a passive relationship with the pension fund. So what can be done about that? Or what is being done about that? And Emily, I want to come back to you, start with you, because you're an expert on financial awareness among non-professionals. That's kind of what you do. So what's your view on this issue of member relationship with the pension fund?
Yeah, so I think, I mean, you're right. I think we really need to educate people about pensions. And I'll just start briefly about my own story. So I have a master's in finance. I studied economics. I worked for Lehman Brothers, and then I worked in private equity for 7 years. But I actually didn't have a pension for most of these years. And, you know, I was a good saver. I think women are actually good savers, but we don't necessarily invest money. So at which point you actually, you know, think about pension differently and think about the power of pension. I think one of the reasons why is because there's, you know, there's clearly an advice in financial gap, and most people can't access financial advisors. So no one can help them actually do the work around pensions. I think it would be great to make pensions easier to understand. People don't think, you know, pensions are interesting, and think they can be complicated products. You talked about DC versus DB, inflation, returns. This can be quite overwhelming for someone who's not, you know, very familiar with the terms. So how, I mean, what can we focus on? I think looking at a pension pots can be quite misleading, and people don't necessarily understand, you know, what's going to come out of this pension pot. So I think, can we maybe focus on the income we're going to get from our pension pots, and that maybe will help people to save more for their future. If we look at the state pension again, with the new state pension, the income you can get on a full state pension is slightly above 9K. I mean, can you live on that? That's not going to be enough. So that leaves a big responsibility on us, on individuals, to actually save for our own future. But when I talk to people on a daily basis, you know, there's so many reasons to actually opt out from a pension. And if you think it's overwhelming, you don't understand it, you need more cash today, you're not going to be ready to actually put more money into your pension, and even opting out from like your workplace pension. So I think easier pension calculators, telling people, you know, what are your options and how much money you're going to get from your pension pots. If we just take a pot of 100K, that's going to give you, you know, between 4 or 5K of income per annum, depending on the age at which you retire. What are your options? But I think it's a number that's much easier to understand than just the size of a pension pot. And the second thing for me is around investing. Most savers don't actually know that their pension is invested in the stock market. That's really surprising, but, you know, 70% of UK workers don't know how their pension works. And there's lots of misconception around investing. People think it's extremely risky. I've seen this because, you know, in all our workshops and classes, people ask me, you know, about why should we invest? I mean, isn't cash safer? And it's not for the long term. We know that because of inflation, because of compound interest. So it's actually crucial for people to get started investing money, but they really think it's only for people who have a lot of money, and that's definitely not for them. And I think this has consequences on, I mean, again, for me, the gender pension gap is really important. Women tend to invest much less than men. So how do we get people started, you know, investing money and think differently about pensions? These are really, for me, two things that would be really interesting.
Thanks, Emily. And Diandra, so Nest, how do you do this? How do you, I know you do tons of surveys, so how do you engage your many, many members? What kinds of things are you doing, and what is your motivation for engaging with members? What are you trying to achieve there?
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. So, I mean, firstly, I'd like to say that, you know, from our perspective, auto-enrollment has been a fantastic success, and I think has helped overcome behavioural barriers to long-term savings. You know, we've got large swathes of the working population now saving into a retirement pot for the first time. So I think that is a huge success. But obviously with auto-enrollment does come disengagement. And that is, I think, the barrier that auto-enrollment providers need to start overcoming. But I mean, you know, if you look at the nature of our pension, our membership, you know, these are generally quite inert people who've never really saved before. And from our perspective, you know, from a starting point, low engagement isn't necessarily a bad thing. I think we were coming at it, well, if we get quite an active membership who start checking their pensions on a regular basis, looking at, you know, potential volatility, downturns in the performance of their pension pots, they may well start opting out, and that is a risk for us. So persistency and you know, having our members not opt out is the first step to having a successful retirement pot. But I think over time, now is the time really to start building up engagement and start informing people that they do have a pension. I mean, as Emily pointed out, we have a proportion of our savers unaware that they even have a pension pot with Nest. So that is the starting point, to start reaching out to members, telling them, you have a pension pot, you have a pension fund that's saving into investments and companies all around the world. So just sort of building up that foundational understanding and knowledge for us is the starting point. We don't think it's particularly useful, and a lot of the research that we've done shows that, whilst responsible investment is a great hook to start getting people engaged about their long-term savings, bombarding them with messages around responsible investment isn't going to be useful if they lack that basic awareness and understanding of the fact that they have a pension and what is it there to do for them in the long term. So drip feeding the messages about pensions is a great starting point for us. Building up awareness amongst quite an inert, disengaged pension membership is really important. And once we've started to create that awareness, then we're starting to, to sort of drip feed messaging around sustainability. And we found that to be quite impactful. We started this process for around 2 years now, where we've started drip feeding the messages, building in messaging around responsible investment, around some of the work that we've been doing on tobacco, climate change, the living wage. So really bringing into play issues that really resonate with our members. We've got a very young age profile of members in our scheme. Nearly half are below the age of 35. We've got more women in our scheme than we have men. And we know these groups are quite interested in the issues of sustainability. They're starting to change their behaviours around issues of sustainability. So we're really, starting to tap into that and start, targeting those groups with those messages that we think they will mostly resonate with. We've also got to be conscious that we do have nearly all of our members are on low to middle incomes. So, for them to be parting with, some of their money each month is quite a big deal. These are people who are struggling to make ends meet. So for them, the priority would be to understand, well, am I getting something from this? Am I making a financial return? So we do need to be careful about the extent to which we start bombarding people with sustainability messages, when really these people just want to know that they're making a financial return at the end of the day. And that's why we are very careful to, when we do, communicate with our membership and when we do talk to them about sustainability, we're always careful to ensure that we highlight, well, sustainability and investing responsibly actually helps us secure the best risk-adjusted returns for you at retirement. So, talking about the financial gains that members will make at the end of it is really crucial. Raising awareness that they have a pension is really important. And then drip feeding in messages of sustainability to really consolidate that communication package is really crucial.
Very, very wise counsel, Diana, from a very experienced person and organization. But I think, for a lot of sustainability people, a lot of impact people, they're ready to barge in, rush in with the sustainability and impact story. And what you and Emily are saying is there's a foundation that has to be laid first. And I think that's probably a bit of a revelation for a lot of people in this sector. Debbie, I wanted to ask you, at Cluid, how are you communicating with members? I mean, do you show them what you're doing? Do they see the holdings? So what's you're a DB plan?
We've got a very open and transparent committee system. And on our committee, we've got employer representatives for the 3 main employers plus another body. We've got 49 employers, which isn't too many to have to try and communicate with. And we've also got on our committee a scheme member representative who has been hugely helpful to us in the 6 years that he's been on the committee, helping us along our RI transition. We've got an investment strategy statement and a separate responsible investment policy, and we communicated and consulted our employers on that, as they are the employers for their members. So some of the employers, there might only be 10 people within the fund, but everybody gets a chance to make a comment and consult on our RI policy. This is the first year as well that we included a specific climate policy within it as well. So we were very interested in what the different employers had to say. All of our members get sent what we call a pen pal every year to update them on what is going on within the fund. All our documents are on the website, including our annual report, which gives a list of all the funds we are invested in, including over 100 private market funds. And we specifically as well identify which of those cover ESG or impact, so that they can see what we're doing there as well. What we have to do is make sure that we achieve a minimum return set by our actuary, and that's why we involve our employers all the way, because if we make bad decisions, then it hits them the hardest. It's them that are going to have to pay. The members only pay a percentage of their pay into the pension fund. The employers pick up the majority of it, so we need to be engaged with the employers as well.
So let me ask you. So once, say we move the members through this, they become increasingly knowledgeable about the fact they have a pension and how it's invested, and they start to stare at the investments that the pension fund makes. What is their reaction to that? I mean, Emily, what's your view on that? Once you see what the pension fund is invested in, what do they make of that? How do they interpret that? And are they going to say, stop doing this and do more of this? I mean, what do you think the reaction is going to be? So get to the stage where they actually comment, they can actually see the holdings. Now what?
So I think that adds another layer of complexity for members. I mean, even for me, like when I wanted to start investing more ethically and sustainably, it's not that easy. It can be quite confusing. I think the first thing is around the jargon. Many people would consider like ESG factors when they start investing, but what's the difference between ESG, SRI, impact investing? And the problem is there's no consistency across the board at the moment, so you don't know exactly where you're investing your money. I think that can be quite a steep learning curve to actually learn about the foundation of pension and investing, and now looking at the jargon around ethical investing. So how do you actually do it? I think it's important to understand the decision making behind pensions. So if you're in a default scheme or a DB scheme, this will be basically chosen for you by the pension scheme trustees. So again, that's really important to maybe offer more education around, how is the money invested, what's the strategy behind it, and explain, what type of funds is your money going to be in. But also if you're in a DC scheme, then you may have a suite of funds to choose from, and you should be able to, make sustainable choices. But again, this can be quite complicated for someone who's never invested any money before, because I guess for most people, investing money ethically is just following one company and investing in this company and just buying shares in one company. But you have to follow the process of diversification, asset allocation, and it's really hard to ask people to do it for themselves.
Sorry, Emily, I want to ask Diandra to come in here, because I think I remember seeing that Nest is doing a project with Tremelo to share the underlying holdings. Is that right? Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so we are looking at sort of third-party providers to help enhance our communications to members, really just to give them that insight and understanding into what it is that they're actually invested in. Because, again, this is about building up that foundational understanding. If members understand where their money's going, they're already, some way to understanding how a pension fund works. So it's really important just, to have that foundational knowledge. And, just back to your original question on what schemes should be doing is, when we are talking to members about their pension fund performance, and this is some of the work that we are doing with third-party providers like Tremelo, is how do we get that language right? How do we communicate with them in the right way that actually, incites a bit of interest, a bit of intrigue, and, simple, targeted, clear and short communications, nuggets of information is what's needed here. Because, we're all distracted with so many things in life, members, and we're guilty of this, we are not going to read, to the bottom of a very, very long email. People just aren't that way inclined. So it has to be short, it has to be snappy, and it has to be interesting. We don't think that a large proportion of our members want to really understand that level of detail. They don't want to understand that they are invested in thousands of companies around the world. They're not really that interested in having an asset allocation breakdown and things like that. We've got 99% of our members automatically enrolled into the default fund. So, whilst we are starting to build up that knowledge and understanding amongst the pension membership and start talking to them about ethical investments and what it is that their values are, we're giving them the channels of communication to tell us what their concerns are, what they find interesting. That doesn't necessarily translate into behavioural change. So whilst they may say they're interested in an issue or they're concerned about something, they're just saying it and they're not actually doing anything on the back of it. And that's why for us it's really, pivotal that we get what we're doing in the default fund right, that we are managing the most financially material ESG issues across our investment approach in the long-term financial interests of members. And getting that communication to members is absolutely critical, but it has to be, clear and concise and relevant to them as well. I think people want to know about information that affects them in the right way, but we can come on to that later on.
And Debbie, you said you've been quite transparent and fluid. So when your pension members see that, say, the pension fund is invested in oil and gas or something else, do they express their view to you? Do they get back in touch with you and say, we want to invest in it, we should be divesting from something or doing more in some other area? I mean, what has been the reaction of members?
Yeah, what I would say here is we don't go to the level of detail of the underlying funds. We've always been in pooled investment, so we've always done it that way. But in total, I've had less than 5 emails from members in the last 12 months asking me about our exposure and what we're doing on climate risk, fossil fuels. We've also got AVC. We have to offer our members additional voluntary contribution scheme. They choose where to put that money, and less than 5% of the total value of that fund is invested in an ethical, now listed as a social fund, and that's where they get the decision themselves to make. So we try and do the best we can. We've moved away, we've gone to an ESG fund now, passive fund that's got some exclusions in it. We talk that through with our committee. As I say, the committees are public committees. All the papers are on the website. We publish all our committee reports, so they'll see what we're investing in, where we're moving from, if they want to.
Okay, so let me get a sense of some specific examples of impact investments that are made either in Cluid or in Nest. Diandra, when we talk about impact investments, rather than in the abstract, what are the types of investments that you would put in the impact or sustainability category?
Yeah, so we've started moving into private markets in the last couple of years or so. And we knew that this area is particularly ripe for impact. This is an asset class that has a very long-term investment time horizon. And that really suited us really well as well. So, what we're seeing in the private market space is opportunities around renewable energy. And this is something that is absolutely critical for us in terms of meeting our new climate change ambition that we set out earlier this year. We've committed to being net zero by 2050 with the intention of halving carbon emissions by 2030. And investment in private markets is going to be quite a fundamental way of achieving our climate aims. So we are seeing some really interesting opportunities around solar, wind, hydro, but not just in the environmental space, also with regards to social infrastructure. We've made allocations to social housing and healthcare providers. And, this isn't because we're nice people and we just want to support these assets, but these are actually very, attractively priced and, from a risk standpoint, very, very low risk when you think about public equities at the moment. And also, these are opportunities that our fund managers are finding that really meet our risk return profile. So not only are they very interesting from an impact perspective, they also fit with our risk return objectives.
Yeah.
So that's absolutely great. But it's not just within the private market space. We're already tilting towards companies that are well positioned from a climate transition perspective, those companies that are involved in the manufacturing and production of renewable energy. So we're actually investing more in those companies in our public equity space as well. We think from a long-term perspective, these are the companies that are likely to be more resilient, more future-proof as the world transitions to a low carbon economy. But it's not just.
Let me get some
yeah.
Let me get some ideas from Debbie as well. But
yeah,
in the same category. So it's fantastic, Diandra, to hear the specifics. So it's not about impact investing or sustainable investing. It's about specific investments in specific sectors. Debbie, what would you
is?
add?
But can I? Sorry.
Go ahead.
It is. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to add that we also are making a lot of positive impact from our stewardship activities. So getting companies to pay the living wage, for example, that we've been really active in, is also about making positive impacts, not just for workers in terms of their well-being, their morale, but also companies and wider society as well. So you can make impact through that way as opposed to investing in specific solutions.
Yeah, great. Debbie?
I think, as I mentioned in my intro, we've been investing in this area in a long time, but we didn't go into it because it ticked an impact box. Our initial duty is to returns, and in our private market space, we expect a lot of returns. It's actually our best performing asset class. And we've been investing in infrastructure since 2000. We went into renewables and clean technology in 2008. So we've been doing it for a long time. But we also found, when we looked under the hood, that a lot of our mainstream infrastructure managers are also investing in renewables. So we actually turned out to be quite overweight in renewables because we try and build a diversified portfolio within private markets as well. So we were actually overweight renewables. So we had to sort of scale it in a little bit. We've turned the other way now and we'll invest more in renewables. But again, we look at it from a social impact side. Governance is key to us. A very well-governed company, you're going to get the returns. So to me, it's just common sense. So, if it seems like a good idea, it usually is.
So given what you've just said, Debbie, I want to bring in a question, which is from Charles Elson. It says, in your roles as capital allocators, a common concern raised by some, including pension funds, is a lack of suitable product, including those that get the right balance of risk and impact and return. Do you share this view? Let me ask you that. It doesn't sound like you do.
No, there's more. Do you know what? There's more than enough funds out there. The issue I've got is not having enough capital to deploy to them. So next year, within our impact portfolio, I can only allocate a certain amount in my forward cash flow. 4 of my existing managers are coming back to the market and I haven't got enough capital to give them all. So there's more, and that's without the new managers that are continually knocking on my door. There's so much out there for us to invest in. I just wish I could invest in them all.
And Diandra, what's your experience at Nest? I mean, you're a lot bigger, so you've got a lot more capital, or will have a lot more capital to deploy. So are you finding shortage of ideas?
I mean, no, not really. I mean, within the private market space, these types of assets are, a really sizable part of the investment opportunity set. So, I think the opportunities are plentiful and they'll keep coming. I think, obviously we do want to be diversified. So we don't just want to invest purely in renewables. We are investing in a specific renewables mandate, but in the other more broader, infrastructure equity mandates, that is already quite full of renewable energy. So in the renewable space, that is a really up and coming area. But we are actually saying to our fund managers, we want you to be as diversified as possible. But where there are other assets in the broader portfolio, we would expect them to be, as Debbie points out, very well managed, well governed. Obviously we don't want those assets to contradict what the renewable energy portfolio is trying to do as well. So everything has to be managed within, that sort of, climate context. And I think more and more the fund managers are seeing, projects and assets that are well disposed to that are transitioning, that are very mindful of future carbon risk. So I think the opportunity space is growing, and not just within private markets. I think you're seeing ESG and impact funds in the bonds, in fixed income, in property. But for us, we try not to go down that space of just investing in an ESG or impact fund. We are encouraging our fund managers to kind of embed these things in broader portfolios so that all clients benefit.
Very interesting perspectives from two pension funds about the range of opportunities available. So let me go to the next, another question, which is why doesn't Nest offer an impact option? So I guess a high impact option. And I want to bring in Emily on this one, because one of the questions is, should this all be done in the default fund, or should there be additional options in a DC plan? And if there were additional options, would savers have the confidence to go ahead and make that investment? I'm going to start with Emily on that, and then come back to you, Diandra.
Yeah, so do you give choice, or actually, try not to give too much choice to the individuals, because these are, quite difficult choices. Diandra, it was interesting to hear you speak about, people don't necessarily want to understand what investment, where is their money. I think we see actually a growing demand from individual investors, and they want to know where is their money going. And I was seeing many contradictions and misunderstanding between where you think your money is going versus where your money is invested. And maybe this is because of the jargon or the need for more transparency. But if you think your money is in ESG, maybe it's just in E or S or G. But I think people can get very confused, and that's where pension provider can also lose some trust around pension, and then dismiss pension completely because the money wasn't going into the right pocket, maybe, or into the right investment. So I think we should definitely give people the choice of where they put their money, but maybe we should be even more clear about where is this money going, and what's the strategy behind these different pots.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, the point I was trying to make there was that not everybody wants to understand at a granular level where their money is going, in terms of which asset classes, which geography, which types of companies. But I mean, from a top level, absolutely. But I think we've got 10 million members, and it's really, really difficult to kind of draw conclusions from such a diverse membership. But we know there are pockets within our membership who do want to know more, who want to be more active. And in terms of that impact investment option, that is something that we are actually looking at. We do look at our fund choice regularly. We do want to ensure that it's adequately sized. From our earlier research, it told us that having too much of a fund choice is not going to be that effective. It could just confuse members, and we think we've got quite an adequate fund choice at the moment, and 99% of our members are not making a choice. They're being automatically enrolled, and and as I pointed out earlier, whilst from our research, it said that people want to understand how investing in certain assets are benefiting them or benefiting their communities and their personal circumstances. You may well tell them that, but that doesn't mean that they'll necessarily make a change to kind of coincide with that. So even if we would bring in an impact investing option, and we are sort of doing some research around that, what proportion of members would actually opt into that? And remember, we are a fairly low cost scheme. We have to make this work from a cost perspective as well.
So I think, this brings me to briefly another question that we've gotten here, which is between the fact that many of the assets are DB assets, and most of the DC assets are default and not DIY choices. Fundamentally, the decision-making here comes down to the trustees themselves. And it's the trustees who have to get comfortable with the type of investment strategies that are being done. So the question I have here is, how can pension fund trustees come around to allocating towards fund managers managing for impact, both quoted markets and private. What have been the barriers among pension trustees to go down this route? Because fundamentally, the question fundamentally recognizes that it's really about the trustees and their view on investing in making investments that have societal and environmental impact. Debbie, what's your perspective? And maybe you've got a set of enlightened trustees, in which case tell us more. But
our committee members, to get us to where we are, we've had lots and lots of training on the areas. As I say, that it's not new to them. We've been doing it for years. They've met the impact managers along the way as well. So, for example, one of our low carbon workplace funds, we brought the manager into them to explain what they were doing. So they've been kept informed the whole way. We have annual employer meetings. All our committee come. We've had impact managers come and present at those annual meetings as well. So it's not really been an issue for us. They're quite open to it. I mean, if it feels good, then why not do it, as long as you are getting the returns as well. And we can have our cake and eat it, as far as I'm concerned.
Diandra, what's your experience been then with trustees?
I mean, I'll speak more generally, because I think, our trustees are quite well engaged on the issue. But I think, trustees have been put off because I think there's been some conflation and misunderstanding about, the sacrifice of investment returns. I think they're worried about, well, we have to have intentionality. We have to think about a problem that we want to solve first and foremost. And that gives way to quite a narrow investment opportunity set. So I think they're quite worried about sacrificing investment returns. So I think there needs to be much more clarity around that, trustees can actually make a positive impact on a range of matters, but also meet their risk return objectives. And I think as time goes on, we'll definitely see many more opportunities come to light and come into the opportunity set. I think there's still been a focus on research and data. I think trustees want a lot more research around impact, investments, and if they do invest in impact investments, where's the data and the measures and the metrics to help them understand what impacts those investments are making. And at the moment, there's no sort of consistent reporting standard on impact, and reporting those impacts that some investments may give way to. So I think there's still a lack of research and data on that. And, I think trustees are asking for that. And I think, there needs to be that intentionality. And I think trustees think, well, at the moment, we've just got so many other things on our plate. We're grappling now with ESG regulation that's put on our plate. We need to start understanding how we can identify financially material ESG risks, but not quite drawing out the link with impact. So I think it will come. I just think there needs to be that education, that type of trustee training. And, our trustees have expressed an interest on where it is we sit on the spectrum of impact. So we'll be doing some more work in perhaps developing some impact objectives and how they sit next to our ESG objectives.
So a version of the points that Emily and you were making earlier about the need for communication, step-by-step communication, appropriate communication applies not just to the member, but also applies to the committee members or trustees who are themselves, in many cases, not investment professionals, but they have other functions. And so that whole theme that we've been striking about the need to get the communication right and to bring people along step by step, I think also seems to apply to pension trustees and committee members in the case of an LGPS.
Can I just make one comment?
Yes,
Sorry.
please. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say I'm actually a member of my pension funds as well. So, I'm investing in products that I believe in as well.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether that comes across to anybody else, but I am actually investing in my own pension fund. and I'm doing that on behalf of other members. I wouldn't gamble with my own money, and I wouldn't gamble with anybody else's money either.
That's a very important point, Debbie. Now, we have unfortunately and unbelievably run out of time on this amazingly interesting conversation. So we have to stop here. But, you know, my hope is, I would just hope it stimulates further discussions. And I mean, obviously, you know, there's much more to discuss, but if this conversation can stimulate some further discussions, I think it will be well served and will have done a useful service. Before we close, I'd like to ask our panelists if they have a final short observation to make as a takeaway for this audience. Emily?
Yeah, I think we shouldn't take for granted that people actually understand pension, and I think we need a much bigger engagement around pension. Maybe when you have your first job, work with your employer. Employer should educate their employees. So really build a better relationship with pensions, because that's must be your biggest part of money. So that's really important to start on the right path. Yeah.
Thank you, Emily. Debbie?
I just make a comment to those that are not yet investing in the impact space, that don't be scared of impact. Look under the bonnet of your existing portfolio. We did it and we were pleasantly surprised that managers in some cases are already doing this. They just don't label it impact. It's just a small part of their portfolio.
Great, thank you. And Diandra?
Yeah, I would just urge all pension schemes to think about, where on the impact spectrum they sit, think about how they define impact, what it means for them, and to frame some, objectives around it and just be clear. I think that will really help trustees, grapple with this issue of impact and where it fits within their investment approach. So I would think, have that conversation.
Well, we're going to try to help them with that conversation, Diandra, because the Impact Investing Institute has just published 4 principles of impact investing, which are available on our website. They've just come out. We've gotten a tremendous response to them. So I think for pension trustees and committee members at LGPS, it's worth a look, because I think what it does is it fleshes out some of the issues and considerations that we've just spoken about. So I think it's a really, really useful guide. Thank you, all 3 of you, very much for taking part today. I want to thank the audience as well. Some good questions and challenges, and we didn't come remotely close to answering them all. But it's been a great session. I'm just very appreciative to you. We will shortly move on now to our fireside chat with Elizabeth Corley, Chair of the Impact Investing Institute, and Anne Richards, CEO of Fidelity International. But before we do that, we'd like to show you a few more of the amazing organizations that are delivering positive impact on the ground. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fuad Mohammed, CEO of Ashley Community Housing. To understand what Ashley Community Housing does, you have to really go back 22 years ago when I came to this country as a refugee. I really felt that Britain had really welcomed me, and I was very taken back the generosity of the country. However, I felt most of the institutions have just treated me within the humanitarian context and haven't seen the skills and talent and aspirations a young refugee man had. So it was those days that I decided one day, if I get the opportunity, I will establish an organization that works with refugees to make sure that they are not just seen as a charitable and humanitarian case, but more than that, people who can and will help our society if we give them the opportunity. So ACH is a registered housing association. We give people housing when they are kicked out from their NAS accommodation, which is the asylum, when they just complete their asylum stage. Usually the government gives them 4 weeks to find accommodation, so we really meet them at that stage. Once we give them housing, we also give them support and training services. ACH is in Bristol and West Midlands. We have 650 supported units, and we have about 70 staff. We get our properties from private landlords. We don't own any properties. So we started thinking about impact investing a couple of years ago because we wanted to move away from this model based on leasing properties from private landlords. And we wanted to buy our own properties. To do that, we wanted to get investment. The key thing that was worrying us, actually, community housing did not want to take interest-bearing loan. Again, that complicated the situation. So a Sharia-compliant social investment was something that did not at all exist within the UK. So we started the journey 4 or 5 years ago with Resonance. How could we get social investment, which is also Sharia compliant? I can tell you that's taken us almost 2 years to put together a product which satisfies us and satisfies the investors. So in my mind, social investment, impact investing is something that I would recommend most of the organizations and small organizations out there should try and should not be afraid of. We are very pleased to say that we have built a track record now, and we are very likely to attract investment from the sector. So within the next few years, impact investment is likely to play a huge part in having impact on our clients and delivering our business plan.
Hi, my name is Ishita. I am the founder and director of a community platform called Spark & Co. I am also the manager of Good Finance, an independent and autonomous project that is supported by Big Society Capital and the Access Foundation. Spark & Co is a community-led platform, and our mission is to provide information, resources and connections to ethnic minority people in the UK who have been disproportionately affected by the COVID-19 crisis. So the reason we do what we do is, one, because we believe that we have a role to play in tackling inequality, and two, because we know that there's a gap to fill in terms of there are great services out there and people need them, so we're trying to fill that gap. So the last year has been super educational for me, both working at Good Finance and running Spark & Co, because I've been able to not just see but live both sides of the coin, and you know, understanding the connection between how funding and investment processes and decisions get made, and then being on the flip side to applying for funding and you know, running a grassroots organization has been really, really interesting. And I think one big learning for me is that there is just so much more that you can learn by stepping into the shoes of another person than you can from sitting at a desk. So whatever it is, whether it's volunteering, sitting on a trustee board, running a side project, I just think it's so important to find a way to connect with the people ultimately that we as social investors or impact investors or, you know, Good Finance are trying to reach and connect with. Sort of being able to really live what they're living and empathize with that can inform our work in such a meaningful way. I think the big thing is to always try and stay connected to the front line, like always listen, and just try and learn from those frontline experiences. And even though your day-to-day might be slightly removed from it, just try and stay connected to that, because actually you have a huge amount of power and influence, and it's all about how you use that to create meaningful and sustainable change.
Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me. I can't actually see the presentation screen, so I'm hoping I can see Anne in a minute. So hello and a very Warm welcome to Anne Richards. Anne and I have known each other for many years, and I'm absolutely delighted that she's able to join us for the fireside chat today. Thank you, Anne. As Jamie said in his closing of his previous panel, Anne is the Chief Executive of Fidelity International. She took up that post in December 2018 from M&G, but she's actually worked with an illustrious set of companies over the years, and she has had the most remarkable career. Anne is a role model, a thought leader, and has profound common sense views, and I'm absolutely delighted, Anne, that you're joining us today. One thing you may not know, everybody who's listening in, is that Anne actually is an extraordinary polymath. She is a scientist, she's a chartered engineer, and she started her career at CERN. So when Anne starts to think about a challenge as big as climate or societal issues, she really does start from first principles. Now, Anne, obviously yesterday we heard from the Chancellor here in the UK that we're facing one of the most significant recessions that we've seen since the Great Frost of 1709, another event that the world threw at us as a race that we didn't expect. But I'd like to just put that just to one side for a minute and maybe go back to one of his earlier and more hopeful interventions in the Green Horizon Summit, which was about the steps he's taking to really stimulate the green and sustainable finance market in the UK. So I wonder whether you could give us your thoughts and reflections on what you heard, whether it was about mandatory TCFD reporting, contributing to international standards, or some of the other work that he was talking about.
Elizabeth, thank you. And I feel I'm doomed to disappoint. You've given me such a wonderful introduction, and you
never disappoint.
So I kind of feel the bar has been set high. So, but thank you for your very kind words. Look, what an incredibly fascinating year this has been. And you talked about going back to first principles. When I've been asked, what is it that we've learned from this year? This year we have learned that sometimes the unthinkable really happens. And sometimes the ability to be really radical in our response to the unthinkable, that our capacity to do the things which we couldn't even imagine were possible are actually much more within our reach than we think. And so I think that is the thought to start with in terms of holding on to what the UK is really trying to reach for. And the Green Horizon Summit was a great reflection on that, not just the Chancellor's comments, but just the whole concept of what the summit was trying to get at. I think huge thanks to everybody that sort of really made that happen. I think what the Chancellor laid out is the ambition to really show we can go further and faster than we imagine. And disclosure, the TCFD disclosure ambition is one part of that. I think by making it explicit what we are reaching for, it will change behavior. It will unquestionably change behavior. And the terrific thing about markets are they're wonderful forward-looking mechanisms. They are discounting mechanisms. And you see that sometimes. That's why bubbles get created, because people see the huge potential in something and sometimes get overexcited about it. But that, I think, is what we need to hold on to. The Chancellor has laid out that ambition. Disclosure is a really important part of it. For us as a business, actually, we're Fidelity International. We're a private company. We're owned by employees and by the family. But we've said ourselves that we are going to publish our own TCFD report by the end of this year, really to kind of try and show the way. It's not easy. We really know it's not easy, but to try and show the way on that forward-looking basis that this is something that we should all aspire to and reach towards. So I think it is immensely positive, Elizabeth. I think it's a great first step for us.
And how do you think we can hang on to that sense of can-do attitude and thinking out of the box that you just described? Because I think this ability for companies to take a lead, such as you're doing at Fidelity International, I think is so important. How do we keep that sort of ambition level going?
We've all learned as organizations, we've all learned an enormous amount this year, and that sort of power of being able to pull things together. And we have precedents through history which have shown us that when the ambition is clear, when the vision is clear and not overly prescriptive, we've tended to be able to do great things. That's how we ended up with the benefit, with the welfare system. in the earlier part of the 20th century. It's how we ended up with universal healthcare in the UK, which is still something that is truly marvelous, and we've all depended on this year. And I think we're at one of those moments, and it's kind of that mix of, as leaders in the corporate sector or in the government sector, understanding that setting that vision and being committed to that vision, but then kind of getting out the way of that bottom-up agility and innovation which happens. It's trying to get that combination of capturing the bottom-up and giving the clarity on the top-down. And if you can get those two things together, then you start to be able to build something that is sustainable.
I totally agree, and I think that is absolutely right. One of the challenges I look at is we heard Mark Carney talk about long-term. You yourself have talked about the need for long-term sustainable investing strategy, and you were an investor. You actually made investment decisions as well as being CEO. And yet we have a market system which is relentlessly based on sort of being fed quarterly data, quarterly earnings, analyst outlooks. How do we break that vicious cycle, do you think? Can we break it?
Well, look, I think we have moved somewhat away from that. I mean, when I think of what I think of as the nadir on that, which probably is going back, let's say sort of 10-ish years ago. I think there was a realization that we were in a vicious cycle now of management and board behavior being driven by very short-term behavior, which was then putting investors to focus on that short. So everybody was just on the cycle in the wrong way. And I think we've stepped back. We've moved a little bit back from quarterly reporting, which I think is an excellent thing. We have seen incentives, financial incentives, stretch further out, getting longer and longer term. Maybe even in the financial sector post-crisis, thinking about things like clawback, for example. So really stretching those horizons out. And I think there is an element of understanding that it is right that markets do punish certain behaviors, certain results in the short term, because, as I said, they're discounting mechanisms. But that as company management, sometimes what you have to be willing to do is to take a stand on something and to push through it. And I think on the sustainability agenda, what we have learned from the way indeed whole industries, not just companies, have evolved this year, is that sustainability agenda ultimately leads to better financial performance. I mean, the data is, I think, reasonably compelling on that front. So the way that we tend to think about it internally, one of the things that has fascinated me is, on this sort of cycle of short-termism, is the fact that company longevity has been shrinking. So if you go back to the mid-1950s, for example, versus today, company longevity has collapsed in comparison. Even if you go back to the FTSE 100, when it was launched in 1984, I think it was, there's only 30 of those original 100 companies are still around. So companies don't survive. Majority of companies actually, they get taken over or they fail or they get absorbed into something else. They don't actually succeed in the long term. And that should be something which is really a focus for boards. So to be survived, what is it you need to survive as a business? You need sustainable profitability and you need a resilient business model. And resilience is about thinking about the risks and how you mitigate those risks and how you have a contingency plan for dealing with those risks. So I think what we've seen through this year is a short-term focus on financial performance is much more likely to lead to a non-resilient business model. Therefore, it's in everybody's financial interests, ultimately, to think about resilience, to think about sustainability, because both of those things link to survivability, which is also closely linked and correlated with long-term financial performance. So I think that is how you pull all of that together. But, I think it's also just really important to stress good financial discipline and strong financial performance are necessary. They are important. They're just not the only important things. And it's trying to get that balance right that I think boards and company management really need to think about.
Yeah, and I mean, as you know, I sit as a non-exec on a couple of companies, and that's certainly true. I think the challenge is that, as you say, companies don't survive for long. You have executive tenure is not that long. And also the remarkable thing is that investment managers that are hired by pension funds who have sort of 20, 30 or enduring year liabilities, the period of that hire is also reducing. So I can remember when I started in the industry, you'd have a relationship with an institutional client that could be 10, 15 years old. but we've seen that that's reducing as well. So surely that puts performance pressure on the manager that gets shorter term as well. How do you balance that?
Well, this is a conundrum, and of course John Kay did a wonderful report on this a few years ago, thinking about short-termism. I think it's, as fund managers, I think when you are looking after other people's assets, there's a couple of different things to bear in mind. The first is the more honest you can be upfront about what are the conditions in which you will outperform and what are the conditions in which you will underperform, the easier it is to help, whether it's trustees, whether it's individual investors, but to help people go through a period of underperformance. And this year has been several years recently have been quite interesting. If you're a value investor, for example, there are some really good value investors who have underperformed, at least until relatively recently, a broader index. If people own the shares or own the fund or have hired the manager specifically because they want to keep that value lens, then actually my experience has tended to be that when that's clear up front and everybody is aligned, you get an awful lot more willingness to work with you through periods of underperformance. I think when it's difficult is when there's not that clarity in advance, that then it gets really quite hard for somebody to assess, is your fund manager just not very good? Or is it because there's, for example, a style factor in there? So, I think we all sit on both sides of this. Probably a lot of people on this call sit on both sides of this conundrum. So, but I think that clarity up front and that honesty up front really helps the more difficult periods, because even the best fund manager in the world will underperform at different moments in time. It's because that's the nature of markets.
Absolutely right. And I think that takes us into the whole question of transparency, honesty, of communication, which I think is absolutely at the centre of this, whether it's between the investor and the asset owner, or whether it's between the investor and the companies in which they're invested or are lending to. You made a very important point about markets being superb discounting mechanisms, and they are. I mean, that's essentially what it does. And of course, that requires data. And it requires data that enables the market to start being forward-leaning and starting to discount. We have spent decades trying to refine financial data through IFRS and local GAAP to be something that is at least a reasonably level playing field, although people will tell me it's not, but it's reasonably level playing field. But where are we on sustainability data? I mean, how can markets start to discount on issues, really important sustainable issues, if the data isn't there?
Yeah, look, I mean, there's some data there. We should say that. It's already dramatically better today than it was going back 5 years. But a lot of the data isn't consistent. A lot of the data is qualitative rather than quantitative. And again, I know from our own business, when we're sort of trying to, we operate in more than 25 different countries, and we're sort of trying to figure out some of the things in our own business. I mean, I know it is not straightsforward. I think at one count, there were more than 600 different flavors of taxonomies and frameworks around various different supersets and subsets of the ESG matrix. So I think that the work that the IBC, the World Economic Forum, and various others, I think all the big accountancy firms have been involved in, trying to think about how you establish a unifying framework, a unifying set of principles that then ultimately can become something akin to the same global accounting standards that we have in the financial sector. We don't need perfection. We don't need every iota to be identical in all aspects, but to give companies a bit more clarity about their direction of travel and what they should be thinking at. I think we will get there, by the way. I mean, when it was first proposed that there should be global accounting standards, that was regarded as heretical at the time. And we've clearly made an enormous way forward. So I think we will, over the next 3 years, very much move in this direction. But my advice to company management, and I do get asked this quite a lot, is don't wait for perfection. And if you're struggling to figure out which taxonomy to use or which framework to start producing stuff against, don't agonize too much. Pick something sensible and do your best to openly and honestly report against it. And actually, you know, as investors, we understand, because we're analysing against all of these different frameworks ourselves. We know that there's this whole, as we talk about it, this sort of spaghetti soup, the alphabet soup, that we're all wrestling with. So I think the direction of travel is now much better. I think trying to pull all these frameworks together will make our lives a little bit more straightforward. But don't get hung up about waiting for that. Just get on and do something. Certainly, when we launched a couple of years ago, we launched our own rating system. So every single company in our universe, whether it's held within a fixed income portfolio or an equity portfolio, we rate on our own rating systems. And we deliberately made that forward-looking, because at the end of the day, we will create a change for the planet is if we can get the delta right. It's the change from where we are today. And we're less worried about the absolute description of where a company is today on a whole range of characteristics. We're much more interested about how they can do the improvement from today to where they're going to get to next year and the year after and the year after. And I think that's how we get the momentum, and that's how we get the direction of travel. So, you know, as I say, I don't agonize about it. It is a big, tough conundrum. But we're starting to see all the right people get involved in creating something that will start to be a sensible set of principles and ultimately a sensible set of standards. And if companies just get on and do their best, you know, then I think we will make progress. And I think progress is what we're reaching for.
And that, if I can say, that is a typically pragmatic and sensible answer, which is typical of you. I would say, though, that I was talking to somebody recently who receives questionnaires from asset managers of a large FTSE company, and they get between 70 and 80 different questionnaires in the run up to every AGM, as well as all the proxy agency guidance and everything else. So I think what you have there is a very pragmatic approach. When you're on the receiving end of it, I think in corporate world, you're getting a blizzard of demands, each driven by, I think, a sincere philosophy within the manager. Is there something the industry can do, the asset management industry can do, to accelerate this convergence? Because it's very much the Institute's belief that we do need global convergence, we do need standards, and we absolutely shouldn't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. But when you're on the receiving end of it, and there's such a lot of power in that relationship with the investors, so what could you encourage your colleagues and fellow CEOs to do about that?
Well, I mean, certainly, you know, it is a topic of conversation. It's partly determined by what we are asked to do by our own clients, as we know, because, you know, and it was said in one of the earlier panels, actually, you know, we're guardians of other people's money. You know, I don't get to do whatever I like with the money that's entrusted to us. Lovely if I did, but we absolutely don't. So we have to be guided at one level by absolutely by what we're asked to do with that money. I think the convening power, and this is why the Green Horizons conference was so important. I think convening power matters. I think the CFA Institute, they're moving in this space. I think the Investment Association has done fantastic work, and obviously they've produced the most recent report this week on just thinking about that whole shareholder dynamic. And I think, you know, I think we are moving in that direction, and I think we need to keep the pressure moving towards a more coherent approach on this. But as I am an optimist on this, I think the direction of travel is right. And although, you know, for the company board that gets 70 different requests at an AGM, I think there are pretty practical and pragmatic ways that you can choose to respond to that, which doesn't necessarily meaning responding to each one individually, but how can you collate and then give a standardized response? And I think most sensible fund managers understand that. So I don't have a perfect answer on that, Elizabeth, but I think...
No, I think it's a good answer. And I'm also an optimist. And I think when you get a galvanizing issue, like diversity was an issue, now we have a much broader definition of inclusion, diversity into equality as well. You do actually start to see asset managers, asset owners and others coalescing around 2 or 3 key points. And I think it's very encouraging. I would just encourage everybody to do even more of it. But that takes us into another important point. And you mentioned John Kay's work, where I remember there was one sentence in it which I thought was, I didn't agree with it at the time, but I think was quite prophetic now, which is actually all equity owners really are is they're governance people with stewardship responsibilities towards capital. And at the time I thought, well, no, we're trying to create value for clients. But actually, with the whole evolution of what's called multi-stakeholder capitalism, this responsibility back to society and to all stakeholders, it's interesting, isn't it? Because that perspective is shifting to asset managers and asset owners being accountable for how they engage and what their stewardship responsibilities are. So where do you think this is going to take us, and how are we going to get there with a positive outcome as opposed to sort of boilerplate and box ticking?
Well, again, this is why I feel this year has caused a step change in the reflection of and understanding of what stakeholder capitalism actually means. So it's gone from being a kind of slightly fluffy, if I can say that, and not particularly precise kind of view of what and how it fitted with company law and lots of other things, into an understanding that so in a way, if you think about the financial versus non-financial aspects, that, and that's maybe a kind of a way of framing it, that there are many costs which are not necessarily captured in a financial P&L. And in an anti-stakeholder world, those costs might be borne by, it could be the community, it could be the environment, it could be other people, and it's not captured in the direct P&L measurement. Except in a year like this year, where you suddenly discover that companies actually have been trading off of potentially a broader public good. And when that public good falls away, then you start to see that they're very exposed. So I think that understanding that a company relies on some invisible public goods is one way of starting to frame what a company's responsibility is to those public goods, and therefore their stakeholders that are all related to it. So when you then think of what is your role as a guardian, I prefer the word guardian to steward, as a guardian of other people's money, and therefore, you know, as a guardian of their financial health, there's the avoiding, there's the delivery of financial return, and I think it is important, Elizabeth. I think you're right in what you said. I mean, that delivery of financial return is important, but that aiming to protect against the permanent loss of capital means you need to understand what might affect that permanent loss of capital, and that is sometimes where these externalities come in. So that's how I would pull them together. It's about helping companies, it's about helping boards think about where are the invisible things which are maybe just not financial yet, or maybe they're only financial in a certain set of circumstances. But boy, when we get a year like this, where we see our whole industries that are suddenly financially not the wonderful, viable, sustainable models that they thought they were, it really has focused minds. Now, this was an exceptional year, and I think we're all sitting here hoping that we don't have a repetition of a year like this year, but I think we must learn from it and extrapolate. And it brings us back to that climate conversation, which is thinking, well, you know, we saw what a pandemic could do. If the climate, if the environment isn't higher up our priority list, we could be facing a similar set of conditions as a result of that imperative. And just because it's a bit slower burn, to use quite a bad metaphor, doesn't mean that it couldn't be as significant or even more significant. So I think we have to learn from it.
Yeah, and actually that's a very good segue into picking up some great questions we're starting to get in here. Number one was about the fireside chat shouldn't be burning coal. And actually Anne is one of the few people who has a fireplace behind her, and there is no coal in it, Nigel. So we're all good. We're not burning anything, not wood, not anything. So we're actually being very environmentally friendly in this chat. Don't worry, anybody. There's a much more serious and important question that's come in, though, from somebody who works at a mid-level in an investment management company and has really been struck by what you said about bottom up and top down, and they're focusing on the bottom up. And they basically say that in their organization, ESG is seen as a bit of a fad, and it trickles down into the organization in that way. Actually, how can they have an influence within that organization because they believe in it? What's your advice? And this is so important because one of the things the pandemic has done, it's created more equal contributions. It's really raised a sort of level playing field, but yet people still feel bound by old hierarchies in trying to influence change in their organizations.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting question. So there's a couple of different things. I mean, one of the things that we've used very actively this year has been Yammer, which is, it's basically like your internal Twitter network. Some people have Slack, various other things. That is a great, and one of the reasons I love it is because I get to see what people are talking about internally, what they're thinking about. So if you want to, so if you've got an internal network like that, use it to start a conversation. Now, and I say what I'm about to say, I say it with a tiny bit of hesitancy because every organization is different, but you could try just emailing your CEO, because I get quite a lot of direct emails from people about things that they care about. And when I get one email, I think that's kind of interesting. When I get 5 emails, I think that's really interesting. We are a consumer-facing business at the end of the day. And I always say internally, we will never have happy customers if I don't have a happy team internally, because they're completely linked in my mind. So, and I think most chief executives understand that you really have to listen in any consumer-facing business to what your own staff are saying, because quite often they are also, or people very like them, your customers. So I would say start a conversation. And, and if you want to be a little bit subtle about it and you're not comfortable just directly emailing your CEO, find 1 or 2 senior executives who you do feel a bit of empathy with and have a quiet chat with them. Or, as I say, use your internal social media channels and maybe start a conversation, see if you can get a little bit of a sub-movement going with other like-minded colleagues. And you'll find eventually you get a bit of traction on that.
That's interesting. And I think that's talking about sort of change within an organization. We've got quite a few questions coming in around the more systemic change that's needed. You talked about data, you talked about this convergence towards a more sustainable reporting. There's a couple of questions around what should the asset management industry be doing to contribute to that? In actions, not words, what should we do?
Well, look, I mean, if you're close to some of the stuff that is going on, I think there is a huge amount that is already underway. And if you look at the whole value chain, over the last 18 months, I mean, I have fund managers who said in their entire investing career of 25 years, they had it was one fantastic quote. I think somebody had been asked, twice about ESG and sustainability in their entire career up until the start of this year, when there's now not a single meeting where it doesn't come up with clients. So when you think about what's going on in the chain, now that's institutional and wholesale clients. I thought it was really interesting, the conversation around pensions earlier, and particularly the default scheme and the fact that people don't actually equate their pension with investing. So what we can do as an industry is we can be very active in the way that we keep engaging with companies. And if you, the change in the conversations over the last year and a half have been extraordinary. That is why you're seeing fossil fuel costs of capital now rise for projects, because it's getting harder, because people understand the sort of costs of doing it. So you're seeing that cost of capital adjustment start to happen. And I think that's really important. So I think those engagements are making a difference, but also going back and thinking in our workplace business, we're working really hard how we can make the default schemes much more sustainability focused, so that that decision can be taken for people. They don't have to make an active decision. And so there are different pieces along this chain. If there was one single bullet, Elizabeth, we would have fired it by now. We know that there's not. As asset managers, we need to look at each bit of the chain and just try and, again, it comes back to moving in the right direction. It's a complex chain. It's a complex web that we're all dealing with. But, I think being honest, and I think just going back to your very first question around time horizons, when companies want to be bold about doing something quite transformational, if you look at a company like Tesla, actually the market was quite a good, proved to be quite a good mechanism of allowing something really brave and bold and quite different to what, the way a Tesla car has been designed from the bottom up of battery technology, whatever. and the capital market was able to back that. So we know that capital markets are capable of doing that. So we need to make sure that as investors, we are open to the bold and willing to back the bold in a climate environment from companies that we don't necessarily associate with the brave and the bold, because they're companies we've known and they've been around for 50 years or 100 years, and they might be trying to do that transition from old world to new world. So I think there's no one thing, there's a bunch of different things, I think.
Yeah. Thanks for that. And I think you talked about the bold. Very often bold starts in small and medium-sized companies. And you know better than most, given your background, just how important the economic contribution from small and mid-sized enterprises is, whether they're social enterprises, sustainable, or just classic small enterprises. There's a couple of questions about capital flows to those enterprises. How can we get that better? And also the concern about the reporting load. How can we make reporting proportionate for smaller businesses that aren't going to have the luxury of the resources that a big business would have? So if you could combine those two thoughts into your answer.
So, gosh, yeah. So, look, it's such a good question. One of the things that I am genuinely concerned about is actually, if you look at this year, large companies have had pretty good access to recapitalization. They've been able to do that pivot. We've been able, because of the central bank activity, we've been able to support for small and medium-sized businesses, particularly very small businesses. They've had to rely on loans, and debt is terrifying to small businesses because debt has to be paid back. So I'm actually concerned that we are creating a two-tier market in the business world, and I don't have an answer to that, but it is something that whenever anyone's willing to listen to me at a policy level, that I talk to about, and I'm concerned that we haven't cracked that one yet. Debt sorts liquidity, doesn't sort solvency, and so we need to think about the solvency measure. So I think it is a very valid concern. In terms of on the reporting, I think making sure that we get a proportional, in the way that we have with accounting standards, actually, a degree of proportionality into what is reported and how it's reported, I think is important. And again, I think that's something that will come through as we try and rationalize and get to perhaps a more singular set of principles that can then be rolled out on a more consistent basis. One thing I would say, though, is for smaller and medium-sized businesses, typically their business models are simpler. They're typically operating in fewer companies, and they're typically operating over fewer business lines. So I actually think the reporting isn't as onerous as it is if you're a huge multinational. So I think there's already a degree of proportionality in there, but I think I take the point that there's less capacity to manage and deal with that. And therefore, as fund managers, we need to be measured about what we ask for as well.
And I think it's particularly true. It is proportionate, I think, as you say, on some of the financial reporting. There is even a regime for smaller companies. As we move into impact and outcome reporting, I think that's something we really need to bear in mind, that we don't somehow kill what we're trying to fund by asking for unreasonable and disproportionate demands. So I think that's really right. Now, there are some amazing questions in here, but you've been saved from the most difficult one that's got the most votes, not because I've avoided it, because it's just come to the top of the pile from Mark Wade about the role of central banks and the fact that we need more consistency. Mark, it's a great question, and I think we're going to save that one rather than try and answer it in 30 seconds, because that's all we've got left. But Anne, can I say a huge thank you on behalf of the Impacting Investing Institute? That was a fantastic chat. And thanks for your optimism and encouragement and support, and the commitment of the industry to be part of the solution, particularly as we go into next year. Thank you very much indeed. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much. And thanks everybody for watching.
Is the future. We are growing up in a world now, we're seeing a changing world that really values the social impact of things, the environmental impact of things. It's not just good enough to just be making a profit. Even people that are coming into work into places are expecting a company to be having some kind of impact in the world that we all inhabit.
Hi, my name is George Metcalf. I'm the co-founder and operations lead at Tranquility.
Hi, I'm Aaron John. I'm the co-founder and product lead at Tranquility.
So our company is building a digital wellbeing service for schools. And essentially what we do is we ask students questions about their well-being and their school life through our app. And then through the data that we collect, we deliver personalised support for students. So we give a signposting and give them insights into their well-being. And we also give insights to staff to help them to build relationships with young people, to identify students who might be in need of further support, and just generally have a proactive and responsive approach to well-being and mental health in schools.
And then kind of why we started it, we both kind of worked briefly in schools. I worked in a pupil referral unit. George worked in a mainstream school very briefly. And we both saw that there needed to be a change in the way that schools kind of support students around their mental health and well-being. And we thought, rightly or wrongly, that we could do this and make a difference for schools. So impact investing can make a massive difference to organisations such as ours. I think the main thing is the ability and the for these investors or these types of investors to actually recognise that patience is key in terms of the way that we have to, obviously first of all reach the impact, but then also understanding that we then need to be able to monetize that. What we do is sometimes it's a lot harder than actually creating a commercialized or fully commercialized business, because there's more that we need to balance, the profit, the planet, or the sustainability parts of it, and then obviously the kind of the impact of what we really want to achieve. And so having that understanding and having that patience with organizations such as ours is amazing. And I think especially when you're looking to scale something, having that investment over a number of years, or investors that can actually grow with you and understand what exactly you're trying to achieve, makes life a lot easier for us when we're looking to trying to build this company or to scale up. And so even when we look at and we talk about unicorns, there's a kind of a theory out there in terms of the zebra. So the idea that, slow in terms of its building its value, but the value is baked into exactly what it does in terms of the social impact. And it has a much more long-lasting impact on the environment and its longevity as a company even of itself. And so we would always champion that approach. We'd always champion impact investing.
Hello everyone, I'd just like to introduce Baroness Barron, who's going to speak to us for a few moments. Thank you, Baroness Barron, over to you.
Thanks so much, and just checking you can hear me all right. And it was great to catch the end. I just caught the end of the last speakers, and that sounded really inspiring. So I'd just like to start by wishing a very happy first birthday to the Impact Investing Institute, and what an incredible year you have had. But within DCMS, we're really delighted to have been able to help support some of the really important work that you've pioneered in relation to place-based investing, and all of the work that you've done around impact alignment and the fiduciary responsibility of pension fund trustees. So we're grateful to you for all of that, and to much, much more. You asked me to reflect a little bit about where I see impact investing going. And I would say that quite a lot of my thinking has been informed by a number of conversations with colleagues at the Institute. But I suppose what I think is that I would expect impact investing to continue to grow, but also we need to think through how we can broaden it. And there are obviously multiple different approaches to that. Huge progress has been made in relation to environmental impact, both in terms of the flows of money going to climate investments. Obviously, from a government point of view, the announcement of the green gilt, and in terms of measurement of it. But if we think about the inequalities that have been exposed through the pandemic, I'm keen that we should really use this as a time where we cut through about the role of investing in relation to the inequality being exposed so cruelly by COVID, so the need for a focus on creating new jobs, opportunities for young people, housing, transport. There's a whole range of areas, where I think impact investing has an important part to play. I think there's also, we need to think we can learn from the great progress that's been made on the green agenda in terms of what sorts of capital and how do we unlock it, how do we deploy it most effectively, and critically, how do we measure the impact. In terms of some of the early thinking that we're doing in the department, we're trying to think across the spectrum of capital, from philanthropy at one end through all of the different forms of capital to retail investment at the other end. And in thinking about that, how can we also leverage the skills that exist in the voluntary sector as well as in the private sector, and making sure that the investment opportunities that are created through some of the government spending programs are genuinely mission aligned. As the speaker said, that we've got mission baked in and impact baked in to those investment opportunities. I know in terms of measurement, that's a massive challenge. I think Sarah Gordon talked about over 120 ways to measure impact. We clearly need to simplify that and get some clarity. And then lastly, I think this is the time where there's a widespread call for innovation, and it feels to me like this is a natural area which to innovate. So I would just like to close by saying I'm very keen to hear your ideas. This is a time when we are very actively thinking about this within the department and keen to make sure that impact investing plays a really important part in terms of the levelling up agenda. So our departmental door is wide open for your ideas and all the kind of brilliant creativity that you bring to this. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'm hoping that you can all hear me now. Thank you so much, Minister. And I think, can I say a huge thank you to everybody that's contributed today, and to Lizzie, whom you saw briefly, who has done the most remarkable job of creating this event. If I did all the thank yous I need to do, it would be like an Oscar speech and you'd get rather bored rather quickly. But there is a tremendous amount of partnership, cooperation and collaboration that has made the Impact Investing Institute's first year so successful. Obviously, we have incredible leadership under Sarah Gordon, and she's assembled a brilliant team. But she said right from the beginning that she wanted this to be a partnership with others. We only contribute where we will add value. And I think when I listen to what has been said today, it's so important to me that we are in unique times, extremely challenging times, heartbreaking times for many, and that we're not through this at all. The vaccine gives us hope, but we heard yesterday that we face the worst economic situation in this country, and there will be others around the world for 300 years. So many, many people, many communities and families are going to be living with unemployment, deprivation, and declining living standards. And what's come out today is that impact investing is a vital part of the solution. It's not substituting what companies and employers have to do, what local and central government has to do, the remarkable contributions of the charitable, philanthropic and social sectors. This is complementary to all of that. But what we must do is move faster and more effectively to mobilize private flows of capital to those opportunities. Mark Carney called them a divine opportunity. We absolutely have to do that. And I think what we have to do is work out how we do that more quickly. And part of the Institute's role is to catalyze change. We're very humble. We don't need to own things that are already brilliant and being done. What we do want to do is accelerate them, accelerate the innovation that the Minister just made, accelerate the way in which we can work together in coalitions to drive change, whether that's on the mechanics of the market, such as better reporting of outcomes and impact, better corporate responsibility, the investment industry really playing its part, or whether it's at the micro level. Ishita said, remember the front line. We're here for people. We're here for people in the sense that we look after their money. As Anne reminded us, we're a consumer business, and we're here for people to channel money to them, capital to them, in projects with a real financial return that also have a huge impact on people's lives. The government focus on the environment and greening the economy is unique. It is absolutely a unique opportunity to combine the benefits of this move to a greener, better way in which we use our natural resources, not just energy, but all natural resources, but also the way in which we do it that create jobs, skills and opportunities on a fair basis. Many of us on this call had the advantages of building buffers against the future and securing ourselves through real tough situations. But many, many people did not have that opportunity or advantage. And the way in which the benefits of the past growth has been distributed, we now recognise as being unfair and unproportionate in many instances. We have an opportunity now with impact investing, working as part of the wider solution to channel capital where it's needed, where it's effective and where it's accountable, with the intention of improving people's lives and helping the planet deal with this climate emergency. We can do it within government policy and regulatory policy that's going to help us, within an industry that's innovating at a faster pace than I've ever seen it, and with a society's interest and attention. As Mark Carney said to us, you will be measured. I think we should welcome that. We should welcome it as a stimulus to do what's right and to do it for the right reasons. So a huge thank you to everybody, to DCMS, to the FCDO, to the City of London and all our financial supporters, to our pro bono legal panel, to the wonderful lead experts who contribute so actively to the Institute, and to the social enterprises and others that we work with. But a particular thank you to Sarah and the team, and to all of you for your active engagement in our first year conference. Thank you. I wish you a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you for spending it with us. If you happen to be in America or American, we appreciate it. I also wish you a safe, peaceful and healthy end to the year, and hopefully time with your families, either virtually or in person. God bless.